Good evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting will begin shortly. Council will be concluding their closed session, and we will begin the regular City Council meeting. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, are we ready to begin?
We are live and we are ready to begin.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start with calling our meeting to order in compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19. The City Council meeting is being conducted via teleconference in the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that the City Council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you are experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you can also call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 998-6724-6451. Then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. And if you are still having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151 and someone will be able to help you. I'm doing this meeting from home today, and thanks to Councilmember Erickson, we will have a flag for our Pledge of Allegiance, and I want to welcome our special guest, Cameron Del Ponte, to lead us in the pledge. Cameron, I'll turn it over to you.
Hey, thanks for having me here, and I guess I'll begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Cameron. We appreciate your leadership tonight and always. And now, Madam City Clerk, I'll turn it over to you for a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Councilmember Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn it over to our city attorney for a report of the closed session agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. The City Council convened a closed session this evening at 5:30 p.m. We had one member of the public speak during public comment during the closed session, and then the council spoke about 2 items on the posted agenda. The first was the price and terms of lease payment for the property at 8383 Santa Monica Boulevard, and the council unanimously agreed to execute a lease agreement with Barry's Boot Camp for the retail spaces at that location. The lease agreement is for a term of 12 years with some rent deferrals and tolling allowed during the current COVID-19 pandemic. The tenant must obtain a CUP before operating Barry's Boot Camp in the location, and a copy of the lease is available to anyone who requests a copy through the city clerk's office for anyone who wishes to review it. The council discussed the second item on the posted agenda related to 1201, 1207 North Detroit Street, and took no reportable action and finished the closed session at 6:10 this evening. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney, and exciting news to keep a legacy business going in West Hollywood and to show how it's done to keep businesses going in this difficult time. I will now turn to my colleagues. Well, first I will turn to our city clerk for approval of the agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to tonight's agenda that staff is requesting?
No changes from staff.
Okay, so I'll now turn to my colleagues to see if you have any items. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I was hoping to see if we can move a few items to consent. I'll go slow because it's a big packet. 4B, 4C, and 4D.
Okay, so we're going to need to do it just a little bit slower than that.
Oh
so
boy, sorry. 4B is the first one.
4B, so just so everyone knows what that item is, item 4B is the city-led Metro Outreach Plan. Are there any objections to moving that to consent? Okay, so we will move item 4B. And your next item?
Yes, I'll read the title as well. 4C, the Smart City Infrastructure Project Updates.
Okay, are there any objections to moving that to consent? Seeing none, we'll add that.
Okay, let's see if I can do 3 for 3. Here we go. 4D, the urgency ordinance of the City of West Hollywood regarding the grocery store item.
Councilmember D'Amico?
I'm good with that. I had spoken with the city attorney today about adding one sentence, and she was going to read that off, and if we were all good with it, then it could go to consent.
Madam City Attorney, would you like to read that sentence at this time so we can?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Councilmember D'Amico just asked for some clarification as to how long this obligation would be imposed on the grocery stores. So we're proposing to add a section 6 to the ordinance that says this ordinance shall remain in effect until such time as the local state of emergency or the declaration of statewide emergency related to COVID-19 is lifted, whichever date is later.
And I think that's consistent with the original intention of the item, that it would be during this time of emergency to coincide with the public health order. So seeing no objection, it sounds like we'll move 4D to consent as well. Councilmember Erickson, any other items?
No, I'm not going to risk doing 4, so I'm just going to say
All right.
3.
Councilmember Meister. Yeah.
I'm going to risk it. I'm going to say 4E, the time limit extension. Put that on consent. And I do have 2 items that are on consent that I would ask that either staff or the city manager talk about at the city manager's report. And that, but let's go to 4E first. Everyone.
Okay, so is everyone clear what the item is for E?
Mhm.
Okay, so I don't see any objection there. So we're on a roll. Keep it going.
Okay, so the only other thing I would ask though is that on 2U, which is the West Hollywood Park update, if the city manager can say a few words about that. And then we got a bunch of emails on 2Q on the Lloyd Place easement, and I would appreciate if staff could answer some of those questions that were sent to us regarding the easement, the Lloyd Place easement. So I don't know if we should pull that and put that on excluded consent. It shouldn't take long, but.
Do people want to have it pulled, or are we comfortable leaving it on consent and having those questions addressed during comments?
I'm comfortable either way.
Okay, so then maybe we'll leave it on consent. If any issues come up when we hear the answers to those questions, we can always use something different. Okay, any other questions?
For the record, I was going to put 4E on it, but I'm glad we're in alignment tonight, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. We went 4 for 4.
Great. Any other changes to the agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion regarding the amended agenda.
Make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve our agenda as amended. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Councilmember Meister?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We have an agenda. And now moving to adjournment motions. Do any of my colleagues have adjournment motions at this meeting? Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I have, unfortunately, 3. First, I would like the City Council to adjourn in memory of Matthew Wheeler. Matthew Wheeler was a dedicated activist here in Los Angeles County, more so in Palmdale and Antelope Valley, who out there helped make sure then Congresswoman Katie Hill got elected, but has a close connection here to West Hollywood, performing at Hamburger Mary's and being present in our ever so LGBTQ community. He was an activist down to his true core. He passed in his sleep actually while he was in Georgia, helping in the Georgia Senate runoff races. And so very sad to hear of his passing. I knew him and know him through my work at Planned Parenthood. Additionally, I would like us to adjourn in memory of Jason Eric Weinstein. He died on December 15th, and is survived by his wife, Amy Erickson Weinstein, and his 2 daughters. He has a connection here to West Hollywood as well as a distant connection to me as a relative. And some of the projects that he helped build with shoring engineers were the Sunset Millennium, the Inn House of Blues, many apartments on Sweetser, and elsewhere. So he recently passed away. And then additionally, I would like us to adjourn in memory of Shirley Abramson. All the way back in Wisconsin, she was the longest serving member of Wisconsin's Supreme Court. She died on Sunday at the age of 87. She was the first woman on the higher court, the first Chief Justice. And additionally, it was said of her, amongst jurists I have encountered in the United States, Shirley Abramson is the very best. And that was said by none other than Ruth Bader Ginsburg. So I would appreciate adjourning in memory of those 3 individuals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other adjournments this evening? Councilmember Shine.
I'd like to adjourn and do an adjournment motion for John Angelo. John was a longtime resident of West Hollywood, a dancer, choreographer, actor, acting teacher. He was an actor in MGM musicals and later worked as a set designer and a costume designer. He was a member of the LGBTQ community, and he's known locally for his WeHo public access talk show, channel talk show, and basically interviewed had 500 episodes over 20 years. For his 90th birthday on June 24th, 2012, the city of West Hollywood declared it John Angelo Day and presented him with an accommodation. His senior check-in buddy through WeHo Neighbors Helping Neighbors told me that no matter how he was doing, he always tried to be upbeat and said he was wonderful and was more concerned with how she was doing. That's just the type of person he was. He was incredible, beloved member of the community, and he will be missed in many ways.
Thank you, Councilmember Shine. And just to add on to that from his family, as you mentioned, John was a dancer, actor, longtime West Hollywood resident. He passed on Wednesday, December 16th at Cedars. He started dancing on Broadway as a teenager and first visited West Hollywood in 1948 when he came to California as part of the American Ballet Theater of New York. He moved here in 1952. His rent at the time was $60 a month, if you could believe it, including gas and electric. John was living in the same apartment for over 65 years. He was in Summer Stock, Singing in the Rain, West Side Story, many other motion picture musicals. He was a regular dancer on the Frank Sinatra TV show. He later performed as a dancer with the Rat Pack in Las Vegas for many years. And after retiring from dancing, John became a set designer, worked on many television shows, including Dallas, Knots Landing, and Heart to Heart. John also taught drama for over 60 years, first for the County of LA, later for the city at West Hollywood and Plummer Parks. And he's helped many children, teens, and adults start their careers as actors. He was also an award-winning producer at West Hollywood Public Access for over 20 years. He will be missed by many friends and neighbors. I'm glad to hear his friends in Neighbors Helping Neighbors also wanted to contribute to this tribute to him this evening. I have just a couple more adjournments this evening, unfortunately. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Alice Rouse, the stepmother of West Hollywood resident Bill Rouse. He's known to many of us in the community. We extend Bill our sincerest condolences. He's experienced a few losses over the course of this year, and we just want to share send our good wishes to him in this difficult time. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Daniel Gonzalez, who was a UFCW grocery store worker who passed away from COVID-19 on Saturday. He was 36 years old. He worked at the Vaughn store at Virgil and Sunset. And finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Sandy DeVore, a longtime West Hollywood resident. Sandy was an Emmy award-winning graphic artist, illustrator, and title designer for TV and film. Born in Chicago in 1934, he moved to California in the late 1950s. And when he moved to West Hollywood, he said he never wanted to live anywhere else. He illustrated cover art and advertising for stars such as Sammy Davis Jr., Frank Sinatra, Liza Minnelli, Natalie Wood, David Bowie, Mick Jagger, and Steve McQueen. He was perhaps most famous for designing TV title sequences for The Waltons, The Walking Partridges in the Partridge Family, and The Young and the Restless. And he passed away at home on November 20th with his beloved dog Kid and his family. And of course, he will be missed as well. That concludes all of my adjournments this evening, and I will now turn it over to our city clerk, Yvonne Corker, to administer the oath of office to our newly elected Mayor Pro Tem, Lauren Meister. And I would ask that everyone turn off their video and mics so we can all focus on the big main event.
And I'm going to stay seated so that you don't look at my stomach.
Thank you, Councilmember Meister. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Lauren Meister,
I, Lauren Meister,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that while serving in the office
that while serving in the office
of Mayor Pro Tem
of Mayor Pro Tem
of the City of West Hollywood,
of the City of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation,
or purpose of evasion,
purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you.
please sign your oath on camera if you can.
Oh, you want me to print that out, huh?
Yes.
Oh, right. Can we get back to that?
Yes, we can do that.
Out?
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Okie dokie.
We'll make sure to get it on camera to make it all legal-like, but we'll consider it official for now. We just want to make sure we do that to cross all the T's and dot all the I's. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. And would you like to say anything before we continue with our meeting?
No, I'll hold my comments for later. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. And now we will turn to our presentations. We have quite a few this evening. First, I'm going to see if I can negotiate this. First, we have some outgoing advisory board members that we would like to recognize. From our Women's Advisory Board, we will wish very well our outgoing Women's Advisory Board member, Mel Luby, who served from 2017 to 2020. She'll be moving out of the area to make more room for her family, and we hope that she'll welcome her WeHo family wherever she goes, but she will certainly be missed, and this is her plaque. We will make sure that she gets, and congratulations and thank you for your years of service, Mel, for the Women's Advisory Board. And are you here with us? Would you like to say anything?
Yeah, we're here.
Very good.
All of us are here, and I thank you, Mayor Horvath, and congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Meister. I will be brief because of my turkeys here, but just very quickly, I wanted to say that serving on, basically when I moved to West Hollywood 11 years ago, I realized it was the first place that I ever felt like I belonged. And specifically, my service with the city made me see a version of the adult that I never knew I wanted to be. And so it's because 3 of you took a chance and appointed someone that you didn't know and hadn't heard of to an advisory board. And for that, I am so incredibly grateful and honored. My service with you all have shown me what community means. It it has shown me what a city with civic engagement means. You are my heroes and part of my family, and I will miss you all so very much and love you so very much.
Yay! We love the Luby family. Congratulations and thank you, Mel. And next, we would like to thank Madison Fairchild, outgoing Transgender Advisory Board member. Madison served from 2018 to 2020, and this is Madison's plaque as well. Madison, are you here with us tonight? Oh, I see.
Yes.
Go ahead and
here.
turn on that camera so we can see your beautiful face.
Oh, the host stopped it, so I need the host to allow the camera to go on.
You do not need to turn it on if you don't want to, but we just want to make sure you have the opportunity to say something if you'd like.
No, I just couldn't turn it on.
Oh, there we go.
That's all. I'm happy to be on camera. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for this moment and this recognition. I'm truly honored for having been bestowed the appointment by John Heilman. I'm grateful to him for recognizing and believing in the value that I could potentially provide, and I hope I did him justice. And I'm grateful for the experience that I was given. It's an honor to be able to hear communities' perspectives, bring their voices up to the forefront, and make sure that their needs and their concerns are addressed. And my greatest takeaway from this experience has been that one needn't wait for an appointment or to win an election to make a difference in the city that they live in or participate in. I think community members don't realize that. That's what I've been trying to let people know my whole time here, is that you don't need to be appointed or win an election to make a change. Just participate, attend the meetings, and speak your truth. So I hope I left that message loud and clear. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Madison. You've said it, you've lived it, you are the example. We thank you so much for your years of service and all that you've done during those years to leave a mark on our community and to inspire others to create change wherever they are. So thank you very much. And next, we would also like to thank James Duke Mason. James Duke Mason is leaving from the Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board. He served as a board member there from 2015 to 2020. I know he shared many of his thoughts already on his service, but I do want to turn it over to him if he is with us this evening. James Duke Mason.
Yes.
There you are.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor. No, I just wanted to very briefly thank the City Council and the Mayor for this recognition of my time serving on LGAB for the past 5 years. It's been an incredible experience. I'm very proud of the things we accomplished, ranging from the 30th anniversary of LGAB celebration last year, which was awesome, to several super successful Rainbow Keys, to the Bi-Visibility Task Force and Bisexual Pride Parades, the first in world history here in West Hollywood. So I'm also very proud, by the way, of the Pulse Memorial, which we designed and came up with wording for, which will hopefully be built next year in West Hollywood Park. So, you know, I'm very proud of the last 5 years. This is just the beginning in terms of my public service, I hope, both for West Hollywood and more broadly. After all, you know, I've been involved in politics and public service since I was a teenager. So I'll be of service one way or another for the rest of my life. Maybe even on another advisory board or commission in the future, or even just as a private citizen. The main thing I just wanted to say tonight is simply how blessed I truly feel to live in this special city, this unique city of ours. And West Hollywood's the place I was born. I continue to love it, and I'll always do whatever I can to protect it. That'll never change. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your many years of service. And we know that you've got a lot of years ahead of you and a passionate heart to invest in them. So good luck in all that you will do next. And thank you for all that you've invested in our community. I'm sure this is not the last we've seen of you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. And now Our next presentation this evening is to Diane Schneider, Jewish Family Services of Los Angeles Senior Nutrition Program, which is funded in part by the City of West Hollywood, provides meals for older adults and people with diverse abilities. Diane has been the Director of Food and Nutrition with Jewish Family Services for over 10 years. During her tenure in West Hollywood, Diane has helped many extremely vulnerable community members to access food and has done so with the utmost patience, dedication, hard work, knowledge, and compassion. Through her role, she has exemplified the shared values of Jewish Family Services and the City of West Hollywood to respect and support people and recognize and value the inherent dignity of all people. We would like to extend our sincere thanks and highest praise to Diane Schneider for her dedication to the West Hollywood community and best wishes for her retirement. We know that this role has been extremely important during this critical year of crisis, and we appreciate all that you've done for so long in our city, and especially this year. We wanted to extend on behalf of the council our sincere thanks and present you with this proclamation, which we will make sure that you are able to receive. Thank you, Diane, and if you're with us, I want to turn it over to you if you'd like to say a few words. Diane?
Oh, you're on mute. Yeah, somehow my video was stopped. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah, I can't start it. Somebody stopped it. Start my video. Here you go.
There we go. Welcome. Hi,
Hey.
Diane.
Hey, I'm very honored with this, and because it's actually the service that I've been able to do has done so much for me, and I've enjoyed working with West Hollywood Social Services and all the wonderful participants. I've gotten so much out of it myself, and I do want to give a lot of credit to my fantastic staff, you know, our kitchen staff, our drivers, our packers, our office staff have all been incredible, and I'm just honored, you know, with this recognition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you've done to support our West Hollywood residents who are in most need. Without your care, they wouldn't be able to be supported in the way that you did with such compassion, so thank you very much. Next, we have lots of presentations this night, but it's the end of the year, so why not? Next, I would like to acknowledge Henry Scott, obviously quite familiar to all of us in the city. He is best known as Hank to most people, and he launched WehoVille in September of 2012. I can't believe that's when it started. Because of his love for West Hollywood and because of his recognition that community members can't read enough about what's going on in this city, about the people who make West Hollywood unique, and about the issues that West Hollywood faces. West Hollywood was founded, WehoVille was founded with Hank's mission of providing readers with impartial, informative reporting and serving as an outlet for civic engagement and discussion about public policy, politics, and government. WehoVille is not just about news. I think we've all seen that. It's about what's happening at West Hollywood City Hall. It's about what's happening on sale at Melrose Avenue, about a strong connection with the LGBT community, with our Eastern European immigrant community, about access to art and culture, bars and nightlife, the people, the personalities that make West Hollywood inspiring. He served more than 8 years as publisher and editor of WehoVille, and his leadership has been a labor of love, incorporating a team of talented contributors, including freelance writers and others who have collectively assembled their voices to provide the West Hollywood community with locally grown news. And despite Mr. Scott's claims that journalists, real journalists, know this isn't a job you take to make friends and become popular, he has become a friend to many in the city of West Hollywood who bestow on him deep respect, hold him in high regard for the impact he's made with WehoVille and West Hollywood Magazine. And so the City Council would like to extend our highest praise to Hank Scott as he steps away from WehoVille. He moves on in the next stage of his life. I know that we've all seen stories we've loved. We've seen stories maybe we didn't love, but we know that the conversation continued because Hank invested himself in it. And so we just want to say thank you and wish you all the best, Hank. And we have a proclamation here for you. And we'll make sure that you receive that. And now that you just get to say what you want, what do you want to say?
Well, I'm blown away by what you just said. Thank you. It's a wonderful summation of what I've been trying to do. And I have to say, the people who live in West Hollywood and who are passionate about local news and what's going on here and engaged in the community, they're the reason WehoVille has been a success. They've not only been readers, they've also been critics. I have a lot of unpaid copy editors who text me constantly saying, you need a period there or add a comma, please. And I love it. The other thing I want to note is when I moved here, I spent 20 years of my life in New York, and some of my friends were a little cynical about West Hollywood in California. And what I found is this city is so much more fantastic, creative than I ever imagined. And I've enjoyed educating everybody as much as I can about that. And finally, I want to call out just a couple people in City Hall. It's been really amazing to me how wonderful it has been to work with city government, which is unusual for a journalist to say. There's Paul Arabello, who once told me that sometimes my writing really pisses me off, but you're really important. We need to keep you going. I admired that. There's Lisa Belsanti, who's an amazing person. She doesn't hesitate to call me if she's upset about something I've written and she thinks it's wrong, but she also really works hard to get the news out. And then Yvonne Quarker, I've never ever dealt with anybody like Yvonne Quarker who can respond to one of my requests 4 hours later and apologize for being late. She's incredibly responsive. So those are just a few. There are many, many others, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hank. We wish you all the best. And whatever you choose to do next, we hope you won't keep it a secret. I hear that James will let us know what you're up to, maybe on that WehoVille site. So
good deal.
Very good.
Bye-bye.
Bye, thank you. And next, we would like to, as follow-up to our discussion from our last City Council meeting, we do have with us tonight from the LA County Department of Public Health, Kristen Mondi, who is the Regional Health Officer for SPA 4, which is our region. And she is joining us to provide a brief update on the current status of COVID-19 in LA County.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me? I've been having problems with my laptop and my camera, but I'm hoping that you can hear me.
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. I think at least you can you can hear me. So we'll
start there.
Yes, we'll leave it at there. So thank you so much. On behalf of the Department of Public Health, I'm really honored that I could be here tonight and provide a update on COVID-19 in Los Angeles County. So I'm going to start by taking a few minutes to provide a COVID-19 status update, and then I'm happy to take any questions if there are any at the end of my brief update. So today, DPH reported 11,271 new cases of COVID. So to date, Public Health has identified 634,849 positive cases of COVID across LA County, and sadly has lost a total of 8,931 residents. We are experiencing a sharp increase in the number of people becoming very seriously ill from COVID-19 and requiring hospitalization. There are currently 5,709 people with COVID-19 currently hospitalized, and 21% of these people are in the ICU. 15% of those are on ventilators. So more than 50% of our ICU beds available are currently occupied by COVID-19 patients. And, you know, due to this surge, we are currently under a regional stay-at-home order. The regional stay-at-home order issued by the state of California is triggered if an ICU or intensive care unit capacity drops below 15% in a given region. In Southern California meets that threshold with currently 0% ICU availability. So regions will remain in this status for at least 3 weeks once triggered. This weekend, we modified our temporary target safer at home order to align with the recent Supreme Court rulings for places of worship. Places of worship are permitted to offer faith-based services both indoors and outdoors with mandatory physical distancing and face coverings over both the nose and mouth that must be worn at all times while on site. Places of worship must also assure that attendance does not exceed the number of people who can be accommodated while maintaining a physical distance of 6 feet between separate households. Public health strongly recommends that places of worship continue to hold services outdoors with physical distancing and the use of face coverings to prevent the spread of COVID-19 to congregants and to the entire community. Because LA County is experiencing an unprecedented surge of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, every effort to prevent the spread of COVID-19 to congregants and to the entire community is really critical. You probably have been hearing in the news about the COVID-19 vaccine, so I want to give a brief update about that. Last week, we received our first allocation of the Pfizer vaccine, and we started vaccinating on Monday, December 14th. Because the vaccines will be a limited supply, the focus will be to vaccinate healthcare workers and residents of long-term care facilities in alignment with the recommendations of the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP. Yesterday, the FDA issued an emergency authorization for the second vaccine to prevent COVID-19 for severe illnesses. Actually, not yesterday, but Friday the 18th. So the UEA allows Moderna vaccine to be distributed throughout the county, and we expected the first allocation of those vaccines to come to the county this week. And once those doses arrive, they will be used to vaccinate staff and residents at skilled nursing facilities, frontline EMS, EMTs, and paramedics, as well as vaccinators. Currently, the Pfizer allocation that we received is being used by acute care hospitals to vaccinate frontline healthcare personnel workers, and a second allotment of Pfizer vaccine is anticipated to arrive this week. Additional phases of vaccination distribution will focus on essential workers and high-risk groups as prioritized by CDC, including seniors and those with chronic health conditions. Planning for these phases is occurring in close coordination with CDC, the state health department, and the local care community, and many other community partners. Over time, as more vaccine is available, it will be offered to everyone. This will likely take months and may not be widely available to the general public until spring or summer of 2021. So in closing, I would just like to encourage everyone, both leaders, residents, to continue to message to your friends, families, and constituents that the safest thing they can do during this very difficult time in the pandemic is to stay home as much as possible and interact only with members of your own household. Collectively, it's up to us to stop the surge in cases that is already distressing our hospitals and overwhelming our healthcare workers. So at this time, I'd like to pause and take some questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mondi. I'd like to start with Councilmember Shine. I know this was her request for you to be here with us tonight, so I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Shine first.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you for being here tonight. I have a few questions. One is about rapid testing. and its efficacy, if you can let us know what the Department of Public Health has planned or has thought about rapid testing, and what is the efficacy of it?
So right now we are, we are taking the rapid testing. We're utilizing rapid testing in the different testing sites within the county. The lead actually for testing for LA County is our sister department, Department of Health Services, and they're the ones that have the different testing sites all over the county. But I can get back to you with the exact, number for the efficacy, but we are accepting those, results from those tests as positive if we get those, and we're reporting those as cases.
Okay. We've been now under a new order. How long has it been? A couple of weeks now or so?
Yes.
And I don't see, and I know I've been on the public health calls, and I know we were expecting the Thanksgiving spike to appear now. When do we expect the curve to start flattening out? Do we have a estimate on when the numbers will start to curve down?
So I think it depends on the actions we take right now. Because because it's the holiday season, we're still seeing that people are gathering together. We still see a lot of people traveling, and so those types of gatherings, of course, will affect the number of cases that we see, and that's why you hear us continuously urging people to take the precautions that are needed to stop the transmission. So but we do think that it's still going up. Some of the as you probably know, the incubation period for COVID-19 is 14 days. So we're still seeing the effects of the gathering from Thanksgiving, because as it gets transmitted, then another 14 days is added to the incubation period.
My next question is, I've read online about a fast spreading strain in Britain that has a variant strain of COVID-19. Do we have any data on have we discovered that strain here at all in LA County?
So yes, we heard about that. As of right now, we do not have information that we have no information that it's here. We haven't seen it in LA County, but certainly we're doing surveillance. We're continuing to do surveillance, and we're doing continued testing. And if something like that appears, we'll be sharing that with the public and the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, other questions from any of my other colleagues? Looks like Councilmember D'Amico has a couple.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. That was super informative, and as Councilmember Shine said, many of us participate and listen when we can to the updates from public health. I think if you could just be a little more specific, if you can, about the date of the follow-on vaccinations for essential workers and others that are at risk. We all, I would guess, have had questions from members of our communities. We have a large senior population, a large working class population. People are very concerned about plans for both community distribution. Are people expected to go to their doctors? Will there be a set of community clinics that are assigned vaccines? And maybe you could just, if not tell us the answer to those, set us up for when we might have them, so we could put that information on our website and send it off to our residents.
Sure. So right now, because of the limited vaccine, there's phases, right, to the rollout of the vaccination campaign. So there's 3 phases: phase 1, 2, and 3. And right now we're in phase 1. Within phase 1, there are 3 tiers because phase one includes all healthcare workers that see patients, and as well as residents and healthcare workers from long-term care facilities. So as I mentioned earlier, last week we started with the healthcare workers, the frontliners in acute care hospitals, and this week we're going to be doing EMS workers, people in skilled nursing facilities, and continue vaccinating the people in the acute care facilities, the acute care hospitals. After that, we're going to, still within phase 1A, we still have to vaccinate a lot of the healthcare workers from ambulatory care facilities, home health workers, people in dialysis, infusion centers. And then after that will be the essential workers. That is when we start phase 1B. And we think that, to get through everybody in phase 1A and then move forward with phase 1B, the essential workers, we're hopeful that it will be in February, late January and February. And then phase 1B also includes the ACIP voted over the weekend. 1B also includes seniors 75 years and older. And then phase 1C will include people over 65 and people who are between 16 and 64 that have high-risk medical conditions. And so as we go through the different phases, we move forward, we move ahead with the next tier and the next phase.
Great. And is that written down? Does the county publish that? Is that something we could put on our website and send to our seniors and people with medical conditions through our?
I think we're working on, and hopefully by tomorrow we'll have it posted in our website. Not necessarily the dates, but
understood.
Yeah, who's included in each of the phases and each of the tiers. We'll have that available to you, and I can email to the staff also so that you can have that information. Mm-hmm. But it will be posted in our website hopefully by tomorrow.
Thank you very much. That's super helpful.
Sure.
Any other questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Meister.
Just a quick question, and maybe you mentioned this and I missed it, but the order right now goes till December 28th. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Mm-hmm.
Because I think that we have businesses that are hoping to be open for New Year's and New Year's Eve. Mm-hmm. And I just wondered what kind of notice we're going to have either way to be able to make sure that our businesses are not, preparing for something that is not going to happen. Or
yes, unfortunately,
or should be prepared.
I don't have that information. We rely on the state to provide, because we're under their guidelines, and we try to align with whatever guidelines they provide us. Unfortunately, I believe that if the numbers continue to be high, that the order may be extended. But again, we have to rely on the decisions made by the state.
Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Mayor Pro Tem Meister said regarding our business community. Our business community got no notice the last time we were forced to shut down. The scientific data being there or not being there, we can have another debate about that for transmission and spread. But what is the likelihood, because I know LA County has gone a little bit further with our businesses here in the shutdown versus what the state has been doing in their tiered system, what could we get at the local level to make sure our businesses and their workers and their families right now are getting an alert? Because we shut them down the day before Thanksgiving, and they've been shut down for quite some time. And we understand because of the surges. I've seen the numbers. I work in public health myself, but in understanding people cannot make a living, they cannot put food on their table, they cannot pay their rents, and shutting down, opening up, shutting down, opening up. when people do need to work is something that I'm very concerned about, and how our workers and residents are getting the help they need. Of course, we want to make sure they stay safe and do all that we can, but what guarantees can we have from you at the county public health department outside of state orders that our businesses and our local residents will get more than, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, someone here, more than 24 hours notice, essentially letting people know that, I think, to quote my colleague, bah humbug right before Thanksgiving. I mean, I was very alarmed by that short notice and how people's lives are completely devastated again.
Yeah, I know. I can understand the frustration. Definitely, it's been a difficult, time for all of us and our business community. But what I can assure you is our leadership, Dr. Ferrer, is working very closely with the Board of Supervisors in making those, very difficult decisions. We do feel, and, we do feel the pain of our business community and all of the financial difficulties. So I think I hear your frustration. I'm going to take it back to our leadership and see, but I can guarantee you that they're making every effort to balance what they know and to make decisions that, like I said, the very difficult decisions that affect our community.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Mayor, I just wanted to say that the LA Times is reporting that the governor is likely to extend the safer at home order in the next couple of days. So I know we're asking for an update on that, but it looks like we're getting one from our news sources, and certainly the county, I would guess, would follow the state's order. But and maybe there'd be some comment on that, but it does seem that until there's a significant change in the ICU bed use by coronavirus, by people with the coronavirus, that the state is unlikely to stop that order.
Yes, that is correct. As we continue to see the surge, and like our hospitals don't have the capacity to, take care of our sick, then I like I said, I would imagine that the order would be extended.
I have just a couple more questions for you, Ms. Mondi. First, I was at Cedars this morning, heard concerns from medical professionals there about the current status of things. I think I heard you say 0% availability. So when I hear that, that means if somebody tries to go to the hospital, they're not going to have a bed. Is that actually what we're facing right now?
So the 0% is the ICU availability. Yes, based on the numbers that are being reported to us, there are no available ICU beds in the LA County hospitals, and I know that our hospitals are struggling to use other beds within the hospitals to be able to take care of the sick and move people around so that they can accommodate the sickest people that need ICU beds, including ventilators.
And so ICU beds, when you say that, I assume obviously they're being taken by COVID patients, but does that mean somebody else who may have experienced, God forbid, a gunshot wound or something that they wouldn't have room to be taken in at a hospital?
Yeah, so right now, 50% of the ICU beds are currently occupied by COVID-19 patients. So the other 50% of the ICU beds are for patients that have that are non-COVID patients.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
but they are, and I believe, like I said, there is no capacity, and I know that a lot of the hospitals are working through, the other available beds within their hospitals that maybe are not part of the ICU beds to triage and make sure the ones that are sickest are getting in the ICU beds.
Yeah, there's no question we're in a dire circumstance, but I think the data, the information that you just shared kind of helps illustrate how these spaces are trying to accommodate, all the different needs and concerns that are coming in. So what you're saying is 0% of the 50% is available right now.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
And I have just a few questions with regard to some of the concerns that were raised at our last meeting from our hospitality industry. I know you had mentioned that Dr. Ferrer and those in leadership of DPH are in communication with the Board of Supervisors. But what about experts in some of the industries that they're calling out? I know for our community in particular, you know, having a seat, having our hospitality industry folks having a seat at the table with you all when you're making these decisions would be incredibly helpful. And I just wonder if that's happening, where the possibility is for that to happen, seeing as this isn't ending anytime soon.
Sure. So I know that different sectors are engaged in some of our work groups or our listening sessions or other things. And so definitely I would bring this up to our leadership and see if there's an opportunity to have them, in the various different meetings or task force that we have available.
Great. And I know part of what you mentioned earlier today about the vaccination plan, focuses on first responders, some of our older adults in the community. Do you have an idea about what the first half of next year looks like in terms of a vaccination plan for the broader population? Or do you think we'll still be focused on, these very specific populations through the first half of next year?
So we're hoping that by summer, it will be widely available to the community, the vaccines.
Okay.
Summer.
So said a different way, we probably shouldn't expect widespread availability until next summer.
Yeah, late spring, summer. Mm-hmm. And then it depends also how we, because of the different phases, how quickly we go through those groups, how much vaccine availability we have, what's the uptake. Before, anecdotally, we were hearing that people would be hesitant taking the vaccines. Obviously, this is emergency use. We can't force anybody or mandate anybody to take the vaccines. But what we've seen so far is there's a lot of people in these groups anyway are wanting the vaccine. So we're making it the limited doses available to those groups first. But certainly once we go through the groups, then we make it available to the next set of prioritized group.
Understood. And is it your understanding that there are reopening plans concurrent with that first half of the year while we're waiting for the wider population to have access to the vaccine?
I think our goal is to reopen, and that's depending on the numbers. If and we've done it before. The numbers were down when we were everybody was working together. We were able to do that. So if the transmission, and the numbers are down, then of course we would. That's our goal, is to reopen the different sectors if it's safe to do so.
I'm glad to hear that. We have a lot of members of our business community who've invested a lot in being safe and protecting both their workers and their patrons. And so I'm sure they have lots of ideas to be able to share with you to have a safe reopening. They've even suggested creating a safe reopening task force to aid you in that effort. So I know that there's a lot on DPH's plate. I would encourage you to invite that expertise into the decision-making rooms that you're in, or that those in leadership are in, so that way we can benefit from the experience of these businesses who have done a lot to protect people. And finally, my last question is, how do you distinguish in terms of the numbers? I know we have a lot, it's both, there's bed availability, but then we also hear a lot about the numbers that are quite alarming. And I'm curious to know how the county distinguishes between truly new cases, somebody who's never been tested before comes in and tests positive, versus somebody who has tested positive before and is coming back to retest to see if they're still positive, or if they're still, or if they no longer have COVID. So I guess, how do you distinguish in those numbers so people can actually understand what the numbers are telling us in terms of tests?
Sure. So I believe our data, people are looking to make sure that there's no duplication of the numbers that are reported. But right now, because since the numbers are really large, of course, it takes us to with the different labs reporting the different positive results. We're cleaning up the data and working through it to make sure that we are reporting the accurate number of positive cases and not duplicates.
So the number of cases that comes out each day is sort of how many people test positive, and later on you refine that data to indicate how many of those were new positive cases versus repeat positive cases.
So I believe I can go back to our team, but as I believe, as I understand it, that those are not duplicates. Those the numbers that we are reporting every day are new cases, new positive cases.
Okay, understood. That's all of my questions. I think there have been some comments that it sounds like you're going to take back to folks in Department of Health, and certainly we, as a hospitality community, have lots of ideas about how we can welcome people back to our community safely, and we want to be partners with you in that. Are there any other questions from council before Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you, Mayor. I forgot to add this one. One thing that I do hear from the community quite often is the lack of testing here locally in our community. When Cedars was removed from testing, that was a quick trip for many of us here locally. But I myself, when I get my test, I'm sure I could go many places. I don't know why I find myself going to Dodger Stadium as often as I do. However, I do. But it is quite the far drive, especially if you don't have a car, and all those other ways. But upon driving there, I do notice a number of walk-up locations. Right outside of Tax or whatever it is over there in Silver Lake and Echo Park, there is a walk-up location. What is the likelihood or feasibility, and perhaps this is a question for Paul to connect with you offline about, where we could actually get a testing location here in West Hollywood for our residents in one of our parks that is not being used right now because of certain orders, or in an area where we can make sure that it is accessible for all. We have a high senior population, individuals who may not have cars, and people who would walk up and get tested to make sure our community, which has seen a high number of cases compared to our size, can make sure we're staying safe and healthy.
Sure, I can certainly take it back. Right now, to be honest, I don't have a list of all of the testing sites. There's different people doing testing, LA City, LA County. Like I said, our sister agency, DHS, is doing that for the county, and also some healthcare providers who are doing it, in their clinics. But I can certainly bring that up to the people that are, planning the testing, to make sure that, because I know we try to make every effort to make sure that testing is available in, locations throughout Los Angeles County.
And thank you for that. And it's not that we don't have our urgent cares or other places that we can go to, but the free testing that the county does offer is a huge benefit for the community. So many people are, as we've talked about, out of work. They do not have health insurance anymore. We know the federal government is not giving out much, if anything. And so the lack of funding and resources would be very valuable to our community. And, I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. I don't want to speak for all of us, but, in a way in which our city could work with you to provide a testing center here in West Hollywood and try it out in any way, shape, or form, I think would not only be of great help to our community members at large. And thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, I have just one last question. So as this vaccine rolls out and people are getting vaccinated, what is the public health plan for complicatedly understanding that some people who have been vaccinated may not want to wear masks, and that may include people who haven't been vaccinated saying they have? I wonder if that's been discussed. I haven't heard that been discussed on any of the calls I've been able to join, and I think knowing that we're a fairly complicated group of human beings living in Los Angeles County, I just want to know sort of if we have a public service message that's prepared to take us through the end of the summer, as I think you're suggesting will be the time when everyone will have access to a vaccine, regardless of whether they're in tier 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I'm sorry to hear that you haven't heard the messages, because I think we're trying to message that just because you received the vaccine, that you should still continue to wear a mask when you're out. You should still continue to social distance. The same precautions that we've been saying. We want you to continue that, even though you've had vaccination for the next few months anyway. As you know, this is a new virus. Even us within public health, we learn more every day, and as we information, and in working with our federal and state partners, we make recommendations based on the new information that we provide. So yes, even with the vaccinations, we want people to continue to wear their mask and social distance and wash their hands.
Councilmember Shine, I thought I saw you with one more question. Okay, very good.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about just a follow-up from Mayor Horvath's questioning regarding the vaccines. I know that there's a possible third vaccine in trial, and I'm sure there's many more, but the one I heard of is the Johnson & Johnson one, and I'm not sure if it's using the same technology that the Moderna and Pfizer are using. If any of these multiple vaccines that are in trial come into play and get approval from now until the summer, will the timeline possibly shift and shorten? And I'm sure, because if there's more vaccines in the market, it may. And if the other vaccines have a different technology, so I know Pfizer and Moderna have these, I think, what do they call, messenger RNAs or something. So they were able to speed through the trials quicker, and people feel safer with them because of that. If vaccines get approved that don't have that same technology, and they have more differences, which between the two, there's not that many differences right now, will people eventually have a choice between which vaccine to get or not?
So right now, with regards to the clinical trials, there, like you said, there are other vaccines that are going through the clinical trials, and it just depends, how quickly they go through the phases. Just want to make it clear that even though, it was quick for Pfizer and Moderna, that none of the phases of the clinical trials were skipped. They were able to do it quicker because they overlapped some of that, right? And so process is the same with approving additional vaccines. So as soon as the manufacturers are able to demonstrate that their vaccines are safe and effective, then they would have to submit the application with the FDA, and we'll go through the same process, and we're hopeful few of them will, at least a couple, will be approved in the next, pretty soon, in the next few months. And of course, that's our hope. The more vaccines that we have, the more vaccines we can, administer to the public, and give us hope to end this pandemic sooner rather than later.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you again, Ms. Mondi, for being with us this evening. We appreciate the service that you're providing to our county, and we appreciate you being with us late into the evening, into your evening maybe, to share a little bit more information and answer our questions. So we thank you for being with us tonight. We look forward to continuing to work with you and hopefully bringing our business community, our hospitality community to the table to help inform a safe reopening in 2021.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I have a list of action items or assignments for me. So I'll reach out to your staff to provide additional information, and also take additional information to our leadership team with regards to the generous offers that you have provided with regards to helping us with some of the decision making that we're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. And finally, before we get to public comment, I thought one item of holiday cheer that we could bring. Last council meeting, we talked about with our new members of the council some superlatives that now exist on the city council. First time we've had a female majority. First time we've had, and I think the first ever, right, Seppi, the first out Iranian lesbian ever. So it's very exciting. And this is the first council in West Hollywood that everyone has a four-legged friend or multiple living in their home. And so just to share a little spotlight with our animal companions, as we do in West Hollywood, I wanted to invite all of my colleagues to share our friends with everyone so they could be on camera. If you want to share their names and let people know who they are. I just thought it would be fun to see their furry little faces before we continued with our agenda. There they are, coming in from the puppy green room. We have Councilmember those puppies too, but Councilmember Shine, who do you have with you?
This is Chloe, the Queen of WeHo.
Oh, very good. And Councilmember D'Amico, who do you have with you?
This is Mr. Big, the little one, and this is Dodger. Dodger's a little dumb, but he's so cute.
Oh, very good. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Meister, I know that you have some furry friends.
And Suki came over before and did a photo bomb, and now she won't. So talk about them. They won't come over now. They just won't.
Oh,
They're shy. They're camera shy.
I knew I was taking a risk seeing if it would all be timed at the same time. Councilmember Erickson, I assume you don't have. Oh, there.
I have Winnie right here. They're not allowed in city. I mean, I don't know if animals are allowed in City Hall. I'm sure I could have snuck her in, but Winnie is right over here with me.
Oh, very good. And this is Winston of WeHo, new to my family in the past couple of weeks, but I just thought it would be fun to see our extended families on camera for just a second. Thanks for indulging me. And now we'll move on to public comment. Public comment is the time where we have people speaking on our consent agenda or other items. We certainly value your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, we cannot take action on anything that's not listed on our agenda tonight. I'm now going to turn it over to our city clerk to administer public comment this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a number of speakers who are speaking on consent calendar items and those items that were moved to consent, 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E. Our first speaker is Karen Andros, to be followed by Jeff McKay.
Happy holidays, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and City Council members. It's Karen Ayers, resident of West Hollywood. I'm also a member of the Women's Advisory Board, but today I'm here just speaking as a citizen of West Hollywood. I just wanted to commend the City Council for, as usual, recognizing important events and raising awareness. For January, which is National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. And just wanted to point out that human trafficking is not the same necessarily as sex work. People who are engaged by their own will in sex work has nothing to do with human trafficking. We have to be careful not to criminalize that. But human trafficking is an issue here in LA County and in West Hollywood, where we have homeless LGBT youth, we have immigrants, and a lot of other vulnerable populations. So thank you, West Hollywood, for raising awareness around this issue in the month of January. And also just want to put out a save the date for the annual Roe v. Wade commemoration, which the City of West Hollywood does every January with the National Organization for Jewish Women, and we're going to be having an event on Tuesday, January 26th 26th at 5 p.m. It's starting a little early because NCJW is reaching out to its chapters on the East Coast. So we want to do it early enough for the East Coast to join us. So thank you very much. That date is January 26th, and there will be more information on the city's website.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Jeff McKay, to be followed by Shane Nash. Okay, we'll move on to Shane Nash, to be followed by Ty Sunanen. Okay, we will have Ty Sunanen, to be followed by William Bridge.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath, City Council members, Ty Sunanen, City of West Hollywood. Well, first off, kudos to all the people who won an award this evening. Thank you, Hank Scott, for all that you've done with WehoVille. Can we just listen to Kristen Mondi like all night? That was brilliant. I'm here to talk about two items. First, on item 5B, I applaud the council for moving forward with the task force to help small businesses. I will urge the council to please think about higher grants for the small business community, not just the brick and mortar type. This is a pandemic that has wiped out small businesses altogether, and we will never be able to bring back tourism to the city without the aid for that. As we know, January 31st ends a moratorium. We need desperate assistance, and this is someone who has had 3 small businesses here in the city. Also, I want to just echo what Kristen Mondi had mentioned. I'm the officer in charge for Riverside County. To help with the vaccine rollout, we are implementing our strategy effective 1 January for LA County. We anticipate 2 things: 100 million vaccines coming by the second week to the LA and Southern California regions to help not only the seniors that Kristen had mentioned, who are over the age of 65 and 75 respectively, but also the second is governors have prerogative on how to include other populations. And so that's being taken place now by our governor. So just be on the lookout, because that may be something that you are affiliated with. With that, happy holidays, everyone, and I wish everyone a blessed new year.
Thank you, Ty. Our next speaker is William Bridge, to be followed by Larry Block.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I think I pressed unmute. I want to make sure.
We can hear you. You may begin.
Okay, great. Hey, how are you? First and foremost, thanks so much for having me tonight. Mayor Horvath and members of the City Council. Again, my name is William Bridge, and I'm the CEO of Global Green. And I'm calling in support of item 2CC, which is Partnership for Sustainable Neighborhoods. Global Green has had a long and successful history of working with the City of West Hollywood. We're especially proud of our work helping the city to develop the green building codes and the net zero plan. Tonight, we're very proud to re-engage with you on a new program focused on promoting sustainable neighborhoods. And through this program, we'll be working in support of the city's climate action and adaptation plan to engage with stakeholders at the neighborhood level, with a special focus on those who are socially vulnerable and most susceptible to climate change and variability. I want to first thank Robin Eason, who has worked with us in the past and has also helped make this happen. And thank you, Mayor Horvath and Councilmember D'Amico, for sponsoring item 2CC. And we're really looking forward to partnering with you guys all next year, and just want to wish everyone a happy holiday and a happy new year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Larry Block, to be followed by Jeff McKay.
Larry Block, West Hollywood. Hello, everybody. This is the 7th edition, the last one of this holiday tradition. 'Twas a week before Christmas in the land of WeHo. Most businesses closed and nowhere to go. 2 new reindeer were the voters' selection. Both John Howman appointees won the election. Now the ladies are running the show. 3 females, a cis man, and Mr. D'Amico. I am a he, a him. What's your pronoun? Time for everybody to learn the new lingo in town. Item 2BB, the rainbow crosswalk, is not about race. It's a universal symbol of diversity on Earth and throughout space. Yay on the transgender crosswalk, but it belongs on Crescent Heights, leading to Matthew Shepard Square, a shrine for trans rights. Item 5B, a discussion on small businesses. We need more help in these toughest of Christmases. Item 5C, naming our library should be a community decision. There has been no public process on this lifetime revision. Painting streets and buildings names are not the top issues. We need policies that you all commit to. Times are tough. Perhaps you can waive permit fees or ask the county assessor to roll back property taxes, please. Masks that everybody needs cost just a few cents. Have you allocated funds to support vaccines for residents? We need you to help open our doors and help get people back on the gym and dance floors. We need customers to make our day. What's your plan for rebooting Eat, Shop, and Play? I'm going to end with an offer for those who need a meal. Christmas dinner's on me, and that's for real. So Merry Christmas, everybody, and Happy Holidays. Looking forward to 2021 is all I can say. If you're a West Hollywood resident in need of Christmas dinner, WeHo Wish is here to help make your Christmas better. You can call 729-4050 or email larry@wehowish.org. And I would like to thank former Planning Commissioner John Altschul for offering to offset 50% of the cost of WeHo Wish Christmas meal program. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff McKay, to be followed by Jackie Steele.
Hello.
Hi, you may begin. You have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Jeff McKay. I tried to get in earlier. Something didn't go right. Thank you for listening to me, council members and mayor. I was originally going to be a little bit more angry, but I saw all your dogs and I heard Ms. Shine and Mr. Erickson, the new council members, speak. And my main concern was, though, with 2BB, the crosswalk on San Vicente being redone. It's a rainbow. It's supposed to be all inclusive, and we want to supposedly have this new initiative to put a black and a brown and a white, well, maybe not a black and a brown stripe on that, and spend $85,000 or more to do that, plus a transgender walk maybe somewhere else. I am not against either of those issues. I just think we're in the middle of a giant crisis, the biggest surge our community has ever seen. I think that kind of taxpayer money could go somewhere else. I think this is ludicrous. It's egregious and absurd. I think this should not be on the top of the topics right now. Maybe in 6 months, things are better. I'm all for, inclusivity for everybody. But I think maybe more food drives or something, maybe every other week a food drive for people that are hurting. I mean, we have businesses that are out of business, restaurants, hotels, bars, all the service workers are out of work. People are being evicted, and we are focusing on spending $100,000 on a sidewalk. That's not going to solve racism. It's not going to solve racism. It's not going to solve, it's not going to solve any of that right now. It's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Our next speaker is Jackie Steele, to be followed by Jordan David.
Hey everyone, and happy holidays to all. I'm calling in to support a couple of items. First, item 2BB, the permanent installation of the trans flag and the crosswalk, and also updating the current flag to represent all of our community. Not only is this in line with the mission of the progressive and inclusive city we love about West Hollywood, but also an opportunity to stand fully with all of our community members every action that we take towards this effort of true inclusivity matters, and it matters right now. I remember when we first placed the rainbow crosswalks, there was tons of press, publicity. They continue to be a treasured landmark and a stop on tourist visits from Los Angeles and beyond. The addition of the transgender flag and updating of our rainbow flag will also help us to continue to be a leader in queer communities worldwide. Our rainbow crosswalks also need a refresh, so now feels like a good time as any to do it. Item 5B, also in support of this effort, we are losing too many small businesses, so whatever we do, I do support the earlier caller that said if we can do a bit more, let's do that. The small business is our backbone. So in addition to the creation of the Business Recovery Task Force, really great move, really important move, and shows the investment of City and Council to develop a longer term plan of action for recovery that our businesses will really need. Also, item 5C, I'm in support of this. As you know, RBG was one of the great justice warriors and icons of our time. Justice Ginsburg was a lifelong activist and a true champion for LGBTQ equality. Her commitment, tenacity, and successes are important to the LGBTQ community in countless ways. So I think the city is moving in a lot of great directions. I think the time for inclusivity and change is now, and I love that we're getting the city refreshed, polished, and ready to welcome the masses back in when we can. Is fantastic. And I also just wanted to say to Mayor Horvath, I love seeing everyone's pets. It was amazing. My dog Sparky, who's here with me now, was at Chloe, the Queen of WeHo's birthday party at a local WeHo business and had a blast. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Jordan David, to be followed by Marquita Thomas. Jordan, are you there? I see you're unmuted. You may begin speaking. Okay, we'll come back to you. We'll go to...
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay, great. I just wanted to invite the City Council to just take a moment with me and forget about... Hello?
We hear
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to invite the City Council to take a moment and just forget about the bureaucracy and just imagine what could be. Imagine a city that acts as the showroom of justice for the whole country. We are, after all, a city of trendsetters. The first to honor domestic partnerships, first on pro-choice, and now we have federally legalized gay marriage and women have rights over their bodies. The time has come for us now to be the first city to end homelessness, the first city to provide reparations to descendants of people that were enslaved, the first city to virtually eliminate crime by providing resources, and the first city to end their contract with a racist police force. Let us model a city with zero carbon emissions that prioritizes bikes, pedestrians, and extensive public transit using green energy. We can do all of this and more, and set a precedent for all cities to meet the needs of all of their citizens. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marquita Thomas, to be followed by Sue Sexton.
Happy holidays, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, Councilmember D'Amico, and newly installed council members Erickson and Shine. I sent you both congratulations privately, but I'd like to also offer my public congratulations. My name is Marquita Thomas. I'm a 25-year resident of the city of West Hollywood, and I'm speaking in support of consent item 2.BB. Amber Heights, the former ED of Philadelphia's Office of LGBT Affairs, is the creator of the inclusive rainbow flag. She is a dear friend of mine. I am delivering remarks on her behalf. Her remarks follow. My name is Amber Hikes. In June 2017, I introduced the More Color, More Pride flag to the city of Philadelphia and unwittingly to the world. It is a simple symbol, a rainbow flag with two new stripes, one black, one brown. A simple symbol to stand in solidarity and center the people whose experiences and narratives have been so often ignored and whitewashed and erased. The flag ignited an international conversation about the reality of racism and inequality within our own community, a conversation that was necessary, difficult, and transformative. Fast forward 3 years and we see the flag and the need for the flag now more than ever. Our community is expansive and intersectional, and our liberation will be rooted in equity and justice. And if we believe that, then the symbols we use, the representation we highlight matters. It matters to people who have not always seen themselves in West Hollywood, and it matters to the people who would prefer to keep it that way. What you're voting on today is monumental and powerful. Your city and your leaders have for decades been role modeling what's possible when we embrace equity, demand justice, and celebrate all of us. In closing, updating your flags proclaims with unwavering strength that Black lives more than matter. You're saying that queer, Black, and brown representation is who we are, that Black and brown trans lives are precious and ought to be celebrated, that centering the leadership and voices of those most impacted is the only way we'll arrive at collective liberation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue Sexton, to be followed by Rick Watts.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council members. This is Sue Sexton, resident of West Hollywood. I just wanted to thank the Mayor and also Council Member Shine for adjourning tonight in memory of my dear friend, John Angelo. You guys did such a great job talking about all of his many accomplishments, but I just also wanted to chime in and just say a few words in celebration of his life. I met John back in the 90s, volunteering at West Hollywood Public Access, and him and I developed a many decade long friendship, and he was part of my wife Yvette and I's chosen family. And a lot of people don't know that John was a very spiritual person, and he would have got such a huge kick out of the fact that today is the winter solstice and that we are adjourning in his memory. He was a Baha'i. He was a member of the Baha'i faith. He also practiced Joreh, a hands-on healing energy technique. He introduced me to so many wonderful people in the time that I knew him. And he also taught me so much about intergenerational connections. And right now I work at a nonprofit dealing with senior services, and the main focus is intergenerational connections. And John really thought it was important to have friends and colleagues and loved ones close by that were from all different age brackets. And he loved being a member of West Hollywood. He was a proud resident and loved all the senior services. And I just thank the city for all that they have done over the years for John. He did not die of COVID, but he was a victim of the COVID-induced isolation that's really acting our elders. So his family is preparing a service for him, and I'll be in touch and let you guys know when that's going to be. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Adam Kroll. Rick, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Adam Kroll.
Hi, council members. This is Adam Kroll, a resident of West Hollywood. I'm this evening speaking to you on behalf of the Stonewall Democratic Club. I'm just going to read out real quick our letter on item 2BB. As you know, since our founding in Los Angeles in 1975, the Stonewall Democratic Club has been the home for progressive Democrats who are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and straight allies of the LGBT community. We are the first Stonewall Democratic Club in the county established for gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender individuals and our straight allies, committed to achieving equality for all and to advancing progressive and feminist values through the Democratic Party. Stonewall is an all-volunteer grassroots nonprofit political organization and is among the largest Democratic clubs in California. West Hollywood was created as a mecca for tolerance and acceptance for the LGBTQ plus community. However, current events have shown that the intersectionality of race and identity means that some members of the community are more at risk of violence, underemployment, homelessness, and more. Stonewall applauds this move to create a visible and lasting reminder to all of us of the importance of each member of the LGBTQ plus community and tangible affirmation to our trans, Black, Brown, and Indigenous siblings that West Hollywood will help and support them. I would also like to just personally note, in response to something that was said by a commenter earlier, I think it is, while I understand we are amidst a great crisis, we also know that representation matters. We know that especially for our trans siblings, they so desperately lack representation in this world, and acknowledgement and awareness that we see them and that we see that they are a part of our community. And we know that suicide and drug addiction or drug overdose deaths are way up during COVID. People are so lonely and isolated. And I think, yes, this small symbolic gesture will save lives. So thank you very much, Council.
Our next speaker is Rick Watts, to be followed by Lee Walkup on item 4C.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and congratulations to our new members, Seppi Shine and John Erickson. The item I want to speak on tonight is regarding the signage, or unfortunately still the lack thereof regarding the requirements of folks to mask up in multifamily housing, whether those are residents, visitors, employees, delivery personnel, or whatever. As I think most residents in West Hollywood can attest, this signage still has not been posted. On one of the items that was already discussed tonight, for good reason, that signage is already required in our grocery stores and so forth, and city code enforcement, to the extent that penalties allow, those provide incentive for those businesses to enforce their ordinances, and we're already beginning to see clusters of outbreaks within apartment buildings as the positivity rates grow, and this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. So I'd ask that code enforcement please be instructed to do some visits to apartment buildings, and if those signs are not posted, to maybe issue a few fines to landlords and HOAs if they still have not complied. And then lastly, on the item regarding instruction, one of the signs that's required to be posted regarding having that where households are not permitted to have large gatherings, that the date on that be updated from December 20th to what is to whatever will be current with and concomitant with state and county requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ailey Walkup, to be followed by Greg Horos on item 4B.
Thank you. This is Lee Walkup, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. I am disappointed to hear that the fiber optic system that will be part of the city only, not to be provided to residents.
Lee, are you still there?
Yes, I'm talking right now.
Okay, you cut off for a minute, but you may begin.
Okay. I'm disappointed to hear that the fiber optic system that will be part of the city only will not be available to city residents. I was excited initially to hear that we are having a fiber optic system, and it has been installed in our various residential streets with junction boxes in front of each of the various residences along the way. And I thought, oh, good, opportunity for residents to receive the high-speed service that fiber optics provides. Subsequently, I'm saddened that the city has decided to not make available the service to residents but that it's withholding it unto itself. This means that at some point in the future, we're going to have to either redig the streets or festoon cables of fiber optics from the telephone utility poles into the various residences. I'm sad that the city has been buffaloed by AT&T, the various other entities that seem to monopolize or duopolize the fiber optic system, but we should have access to it. It should be made available to residents. Maybe it will move these duopolies and oligopolies to provide the service at a lower expense and sooner rather than at a higher expense and never. There should not be more street digging or festoons of fiber optic spaghetti hanging from our poles. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Horos, to be followed by Kevin Burton on items 4B. Greg, are you there? Okay, we'll move on to Kevin Burton. Kevin, are you there?
Good evening, council members. I'm Kevin Burton, a resident of West Hollywood and an avid user of public transit and bicycling. And I'm speaking tonight in support of item 4B, the city-led Metro Outreach Plan. And specifically, this has to do with outreach concerning bringing the Crenshaw Line light rail north from Exposition Boulevard into West Hollywood. And staff is proposing a program of outreach to first inform the West Hollywood community and to get their opinions on several important questions concerning the plan, including the routing and where stations should be located. This information will go not only into the city's own rail integration study, but more importantly, it will inform Metro in its EIR process of the wishes of the West Hollywood community in deciding the locally preferred alternatives. And a very important set of decisions has to be made as part of this process. That is how to get people in and out of these stations, because it's unlikely there will be large parking facilities for people to drive and leave their cars there. So the city has to decide how to get people on foot, on bicycle, on micromobility, shared cars and taxis in and out of these stations. And we need a discussion of that. And I thank the city for its continued robust support of this process.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Mikey Friedman.
Hi, City Council members and staff. I want to wish a warm welcome and congratulations to our two new City Council members. Good for you, and I hope that you're thinking about deeply meaningful actions to help our city. But sadly, the reason I'm asked to speak tonight is because I'm scared. While walking Stormy, I see so many West Hollywood residents, mostly young, who won't wear a mask nor social distance, even though COVID numbers are skyrocketing. Saturday, my next door neighbor even threw what I thought was a forbidden party, no masks, no distancing until 2 a.m. It's really disheartening. You recently passed an ordinance requiring managers, landlords, and HOAs to put COVID information posters in the entrances and exits in common areas of multi-unit buildings. Well, I haven't seen one poster, not one. Not in my building, the building below me, the building above me. A friend told me that there are posters in businesses along Santa Monica Boulevard, but being over 75 and having a compromised immune system, I don't go out to businesses. Many of us don't go to businesses anymore, but we do spend a lot of time in our multi-unit dwellings. And while walking my dog, we pass quite a few buildings, and I haven't seen any posters there either. I ask my neighbors if they have any posters in their buildings, and they all say no. So my question to you is this. What are you doing to enforce the putting up of these required posters? Like Rick Watts, I want to know, can you ask code compliance to be more forceful? Perhaps if owners and HOAs, etc., were given a fine for ignoring the required posting, and it is advertised, like maybe in WehoVille, that code compliance is fining, people would start to realize that you mean business. An ordinance is meaningless unless you enforce it. It has no teeth. So get tough and stay safe so that I can see all your beautiful faces next year, because I love you all. Happy holidays, my friends. And God bless.
Thank you. Mayor, that was our final speaker for public comment.
Thank you very much. Lots of comment this evening. And now I will turn to my colleagues for comments. I will first go to Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. First, I want to start off saying happy winter solstice to everyone. Today is the winter solstice, and Jupiter and Saturn are conjunct, and it's caused a lot of strong, wonderful energy. Last night in the Persian culture, we celebrate Shab Yalda, which is a celebration of overcoming darkness and lightning and going into the light. And it's been celebrated since the beginning of the Persian Empire. And typically we get together with our elders and family in person. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that this year, and celebrate by eating pomegranates, apricots, sweet teas, sweet drinks, and just sharing stories and dancing. And it's a tradition that has carried on not just in Iran, but in other Middle Eastern countries that do celebrate it in different ways as well. So I just want to let everyone know. I am really appreciative of council adding items to consent, and I think that item 2BB, I appreciated everyone's comments tonight, is absolutely important. Something that was said about Black and brown lives, and we are in the middle of a pandemic, and you know, there's more important things and so forth. Well, the reality is right now during this pandemic, the mortality rate for Black and brown lives is absolutely higher than every other person. And it is incumbent upon us as the progressive city that we are to do everything we can to recognize Black and brown lives, and within the LGBTQ community that have far less access to care. So I appreciate Councilmember Erickson for asking me to join him with this. And other than that, I am also personally concerned about enforcement of our mask ordinance and enforcement of the signs up in buildings. I personally asked my property manager and let him know about it. He actually did not know about the new signs. So I would like to hear from staff about how that is being rolled out, what the plan is, and options on what we can do to strengthen enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Shine. Next, I'll go to Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a feeling you were going to come right over here. I want to also wish everyone a safe and happy New Year, since this is our last meeting of the new year. I'm really looking forward to going into next year with all the energy and push for good that we hope 2021 is going to be bringing us all as we continue to navigate this crisis, this pandemic, and how we do it together. I want to thank Cameron Del Ponte for doing the pledge tonight. Cameron is zoomed in all the way from Ripon, Wisconsin, which is where I was born and grew up. And Cameron is the son of my best friend, Katie Riley, since middle school, and just so thankful for his service to call in and say the pledge. It's wonderful. I have a couple of items and comments. So let's see, where can I start off here? I want to thank my colleagues as well for item 2BB, as well as this co-sponsorship of the Human Rights Speaker Series event. As you've heard from a number of commenters, as well as we've seen online, this is the critical time to always make sure we're fighting for the right thing that we all have to do. And I'm actually proud to report that my office even has been reflected on the same colors that we're looking to do here right now. And so updating the flag that was in this office and then adding those colors is something that I'm not only saying to do for the public, but also here in our council offices. I know maybe one of my colleagues as well has a beautiful office with the same colors as well, but showing the ways in which this is the right thing to do, especially as how we can honor and stand with our communities and also make sure the community participates in the process. I think that's a really critical thing. Additionally, I want to mention this is the perfect time to start giving back if you can. There are a number of organizations that are accepting gifts, but also food donations. If you want to, the city has an amazing list. This is a horrible printed copy. It's up on the website, but specifically to the Los Angeles LGBT Senior Services Center. The SOVA Food Pantry is accepting food donations, as well as all of our community agencies accepting financial contributions, ranging from Essentia to Being Alive to Trans Can Work to the Trans Latina Coalition. If you're feeling generous, or if you're not traveling home to your families this year because it's not safe like I am, not going home to Wisconsin this year, if you can give back an extra couple dollars, donate some food, please do so. It really helps our community. I want to thank and congratulate Nadia Sutton on getting the 4th Annual Women's Herstory Award. It was so nice to be there with so many people from the community. Nadia Sutton, just every time you see her, the sun just shines. She is just truly a remarkable woman. And I remember her from so many great times here at City Hall, especially kind of being in this area where I am now. Running down from when Prop 8 was held unconstitutional, and Nadia saw me at the front door and took me with her flag that she always carries, and I still have that photo and I treasure it. So I want to say that. I do want to see if Paul could report back. I know we are doing parking enforcements till the 28th. I didn't know if there was an ability to extend that into January, especially given the light of the news that there are going to be more shutdowns, and it's probably going to be extended, as my colleague Councilmember D'Amico mentioned. I think that is something we should potentially look into. There is more people at home and staying at home, wondering if that can be extended, if you wouldn't mind commenting on that. As we all saw with the minuscule package that came out of the federal government, individuals getting $600. If you've actually tried to read the 5,000-page piece of legislation, that they voted on, I think as of 4 hours ago, that Congress was given 2 hours to read. I myself can read very fast, but not that fast. They were voting on things, and there are things in that package, such as it is now illegal to stream movies off the internet. The things that were in this bill are just astounding, and yet we don't see money coming back from CARES Act money to help our local businesses, or even giving residents and those individuals facing this hard time more than $600 to do anything, which, by the way, cannot pay the rent in many places, if not all in the United States. So as we continue our federal advocacy on that, the city needs to take a championship role in how we can move forward. Also reminding all of our friends, since this is the holiday season, your holiday trees are recyclable. So make sure you are working with Athens Services and donating those trees and putting them back and start throwing them out into the streets. They will come pick them up for you, and ensuring that can happen so they don't get thrown into or become waste, and we can recycle them. Additionally, wanted to make sure our residents are aware that there is already scamming going out regarding COVID-19 and the vaccines. So make sure, and I know the city's been putting out some of that information on their channels, but of course that is happening as people are trying to make sure that they're staying safe and healthy and getting the vaccine. People are already trying to take advantage of that. And last but not least, I just truly want to thank James Duke Mason, Mel Luby. I love you. You are such a bright, shining star. I have enjoyed your work and service to the city. you are a dear friend, and we will miss you, truly. You are an amazing person. Henry Scott, we didn't agree on everything. You know, I've been called some choice names in WehoVille, but I've always enjoyed getting breakfast with you, having conversations with you. I really appreciate what you've done, and, you know, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you do in the future. Madison, thank you for all of your service. And congratulations to Diane on your retirement, well deserved, and thank you for all that you do. And that is it, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, I had a chance to take a park tour with Councilmember Shine. It's coming along. I believe our current forecast for completion is September of next year. We are keeping track of it, all of us on the City Council and the staff, especially those dedicated to working on its completion and working there. And I know Paul's going to give us an update as well, but I know it's been a long time. We haven't had access to that part of our community, but I think from what I have seen and can imagine, it will have been worth the wait, and we will all be happy when it's done. I wanted to thank Councilmember Shine for co-sponsoring the item on housing capacity. I think understanding what's in our own backyard and what we're doing as landlords, land banking and owning property, and how we can also help to best address the housing crisis. I think if nothing else, it will give us something to compare those projects that come forward against what we have in our own land bank account. And finally, the Rainbow Crosswalk. John, I was going to say we could start a GoFundMe account to get the new stripes on yours because I couldn't see them above the top of your screen, but it's already happened. So congratulations on that. And thank you both for bringing that item forward. As a gay white male of a certain age in this city, I do strongly support this effort to bring new life and new awareness to all the kinds of ways in which we want to make sure that people are represented, have a place in our community, whether it's spoken or painted or written. It does exist, and I'm all for this. And I understand there's a process to come, and I do hope that that process includes going to our Public Facilities Commission, as well as our LGAB, et cetera, because I think we just want to make sure that we have lots of opportunities for people to see where it is we're taking this community and why we're taking this step. So thank you all very much, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, back to you.
In fact, Mayor Pro Tem, you're next.
Oh my God, where are my dogs? My dogs. I don't know, they're hiding. All of a sudden, they're very shy. They're usually photo bombing. First, I want to wish everyone a happy holiday. I really, it's been a very difficult year for everyone, and I just hope that, you know, next year's can be better. Although I will say that the vaccination schedule does not sound super great on in terms of us getting going right away. But let's hope that things change and that there are more vaccinations from different companies that come out that will help speed things up, as Councilmember Shine brought up. I did want to mention if the city manager will talk about Weho Park, Lloyd easement, and the signage issue. I think that Danny Rivas is working on that, our code compliance manager. I know I spoke with Joshua Scher today from communications about signage and getting it out there to the multifamily buildings. So hopefully they'll update us on that. I also wanted to mention that January 16th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the city of West Hollywood is having the 2021 MLK Day of Service. It's not going to be our usual elementary school cleanup, but there will be a drive-by donation drive that will benefit the city's homeless initiative. So we'll be looking for new socks and blankets, and maybe staff can update us on all of the events for that day, because I know there's some other events happening as well. I do want to talk about attendance. So I attended the West Side City's Council of Governments meeting last week as the city's representative. There was an important election in which council members from the four COG cities, West Hollywood, Santa Monica, Culver City, and Beverly Hills participated. The election was for a seat on the Regional Council of the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. The Regional Council is SCAG's 86-member governing board that has general authority to conduct the affairs of the larger regional body. For many years, Santa Monica held the regional seat for the West Side cities, and most recently it was held by a Culver City Council member. The city of West Hollywood has never held the seat, meaning that we have never really had a voice on the Regional Council. Having been a delegate and alternate delegate to the West Side Cities COG for 5 years, and with 2+ years as the COG's appointment to SCAG's Community Economic and Human Development Committee, I felt I was uniquely positioned to run for that seat. In the first round, I received 10 votes out of 20, with my two opponents, Mayor Fish from Culver City and Councilmember John Erickson from West Hollywood, getting 7 votes and 3 votes respectively. Unfortunately, 11 votes was needed for a majority, and I was 1 vote shy of the city of West Hollywood getting this important regional seat. This was an unfortunate missed opportunity for the city of West Hollywood. The Culver City Council member who ultimately won the seat after several rounds of voting did so because his colleagues changed their votes to avoid us. And while he is very bright and affable, he is also known as someone who advocates for many of the state mandates that we as a city have not always fully supported. Tonight, I'd like to thank Beverly Hills Mayor Bob Wunderlich, Council members Lily Bossie and John Mirisch, Santa Monica Council members Phil Brock and Oscar De La Torre, and Culver City Council members Albert Fura and Goran Erickson for their support. Goran Erickson, excuse me, for their support. And I especially want to thank my 2 colleagues, Council members John D'Amico and Seppi Shine, for your support. Thank you for making the city of West Hollywood your priority. Sometimes at this dais or this screen, now that we're video conferencing, we'll agree, sometimes we won't. But I know that the love we have for West Hollywood is what will unite us. It is unfortunate that the 2 colleagues chose not to support our city's chance to be at the Regional Council table, where critical discussions about transportation, climate, and housing are deliberated. Regarding housing, I'd like to thank Council members D'Amico and Shine again for bringing forward item 2Z, directing staff to conduct a housing capacity analysis of West Hollywood-owned properties. Of course, I wish that it had been done before we rescinded the appeal, but c'est la vie. The city of West Hollywood has always made housing a priority and will continue to do the best we can, no matter what our RHNA allocation, no matter what the state mandates. My priority, to be clear, is to make sure that the housing that the city advocates for is quality, affordable housing. Housing that is not only affordable, but green, universally accessible, and most importantly, livable. People are not sardines, so let's not pretend that people with lower incomes have lesser livability needs than any of us. My priority is to make sure that the city establishes partnerships with creative housing developers that are in it for the people, not the profit. My priority is to protect the rent-stabilized affordable housing that already exists and not allow it to be replaced with commercial ventures or rich private schools that could go anywhere, but choose to buy residential property and evict our residents because it's cheaper than buying commercial property. My priority is to protect the unique character of our neighborhoods and to make sure that new development is of good design and sensitive to that unique character, as well as to the neighbors with whom they will now be sharing a neighborhood. My priority is to protect the integrity of our general plan, because that is what our citizens expect of us after spending 5+ years attending meetings and providing their input. And they expect to have a say when there are proposals to amend it. My priority is to protect local control, because that is why our citizens voted for West Hollywood to become a city 36 years ago. And that is why council members are elected to represent them. My priority is to continue doing what I've been doing and stay true to why I was elected, to look out for the people who live and work in our city. Housing, social services, public safety, green space, and economic development are all important needs and priorities for our constituents. However, we must have a balanced approach to competing needs and priorities, because focusing on one at the expense of the others makes for a nice soundbite, but it does not make for a sustainable city. Lastly, many of you know that I'm a homeowner. Having grown up in an apartment, I worked very hard to purchase my home. And I was incredibly lucky to have purchased it at a time when West Hollywood was much more affordable. Let me be clear, I could not afford to purchase my home in today's market. So I am keenly aware of affordability issues in our city and the region. And my priority is to represent all of our citizens, and that's what I'll continue to do. My final comments, first of all, today is a very big day for two reasons. First of all, today is the winter solstice, as Councilmember Shine mentioned. It's the first time that Saturn and Jupiter are coming together. The second reason is because there's a very, very special man. His name is Martin Meister. He's my father. He turned 90 today. It's the first time in 90 years that he turned 90. So the city of West Hollywood is giving my dad this very special proclamation. Happy birthday, Marty Meister. They're in their little space there watching on TV. They're very shy. The dogs, the parents, everyone is very shy in my family, apparently. Dad, happy birthday. We love you. Happy 90. Yay. Here's to another 90. Anyway, those are my comments. And again, happy holidays, and everyone stay safe and wear your masks and social distance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy birthday to your dad, and happy belated birthday to Todd Hallman. I know that he just celebrated a birthday as well. Love celebrating birthdays and love celebrating this end of year holiday season, whatever you're celebrating, or just being grateful that this year is finally coming to a close. We just want to extend our best wishes from the council to you for success, prosperity, and a better 2021 and a better future ahead. I wanted to report, in addition to the comments that we heard from our Department of Public Health representative tonight, the ICU at Cedars-Sinai is reported at 112% capacity with regard to COVID. So just keep in mind, every time you set foot outside your door, do you really need to be doing whatever it is you're about to do? Everything that we do obviously is a calculated risk. But when we set foot outside, but I know we have to make essential trips and do those things, but thinking also about our essential workers who are on the front lines dealing with this each and every day. Those numbers are just unfathomable. I got a phone call from my aunt in Ohio, who was very concerned hearing on CNN that we are the epicenter of the global COVID pandemic right now. And so just making sure that we're doing all we can to help keep each other safe, especially in this difficult time, while it's the time we want most to be together. Keeping all of that in mind right now is very important. I want to also ask our city attorney if she might comment on the process going forward and provide an update to the extent she can with regard to cookies. I know that we've received some updates from the neighborhood of even more dangerous, if you can even imagine that, even more dangerous reports there, and the situation is completely extreme. I know that they have been waiting patiently for the LA process to provide relief and opportunity for adjustment, but I think we've done a lot on our side to protect our residents to the best of our ability, and whatever tools we have available to continue to protect our residents, I would like to see us use. But if she could provide an update on what opportunities our residents have to participate in a public process would be very helpful. I'm glad to see that the grocery store item was moved to consent. I think there's been a lot of discussion around hospitality industry and its impact on COVID numbers, but the grocery stores aren't closing and we are seeing impacts there. I'm glad to know that we'll be the first city to adopt these protocols, to have very clear enforcement practices and that go hand in hand with the public health orders. It would be great to see those people who are designated at the doors to enforce the reduced capacity and the numbers in our grocery stores, also distributing masks to people who show up without them. I know that we do that in the city, at our parks and other places, and it would be great to see these places also accommodate. I know that there have been reports of outbreaks at Pavilions, Gelson's, and the Ralphs on La Brea. So, going to the grocery store, while it is an essential trip, also is a calculated risk. And so knowing safe places to go and how to keep yourself safe is very important. So I just wanted to share that information. I know grocery stores are supposed to be reporting to the county, and it would be great to see them also reporting directly to our city so we can provide that information to our residents. I want to congratulate our Employee of the Year, Dee, who's been bringing joy to all of our City Hall employees, creating a safe and happy space in this dark and dismal time to keep people motivated in their jobs. I'm sure the city manager is going to have something to say, but it was great to participate in that event. I just want to shout her out because she's been shouting out joy that we all have been living on this year, and I just want to love her for that. And thanks, of course, to all of our City Hall staff who have been through an unimaginable year, dedicating themselves and rededicating themselves to the work that's been done to keep our city moving and going and cared for during this time. And I know that you all have made sacrifices to do that as well. So thank you for all that you've done to care for our residents and our community through this time of crisis. I want to shout out Handle with Care, which actually started here in West Hollywood, recently opened a Portland chapter, and I want to thank them, especially community member Kellen Martz. His nephew Creighton's classmate Caitlin proposed that they open a Handle with Care in Portland. They received approval. They've been working on donations, and it's actually a high school service project that they've adopted. Last week, they went to a homeless shelter and passed out 125 care packages, and they got local press coverage. It was very exciting. So it's wonderful to see the generosity of spirit that exists in West Hollywood, reaching beyond our borders, inspiring people in other communities, and really making that difference. Thank you to Caitlin and Creighton, and especially to Kellen and everyone at Handle with Care who's continuing to do this work each and every day in our community. I do have a couple of questions for our city manager with regard to COVID emergency. Also, some of them have already been asked. I believe we've extended rental assistance. It seems that we're going to continue to be in this time. So I think at our next city council meeting, it would be great if we can include an extension of that rental assistance for our consideration. Also, I think the moratorium on rental housing and commercial spaces is projected at least at this point to be coming to a close at the end of January. So hopefully we can agendize discussion at our next meeting about what we're going to do, what that looks like, what sort of support we're providing to help people navigate that. If we can advocate for an extension, and basically how we want to deal with that. I know that we're continuing as a city to provide meal delivery to make sure that people who need nutrition assistance and who need that support have that available. So I understand that Project Angel Food and others are continuing to provide that assistance. If there are any of those services that are going to expire before our next meeting, I just want to encourage you to use whatever executive action is necessary. I don't think any of those are scheduled to expire before our next meeting, but it would be great to have another COVID update item on our January agenda so we can have that for discussion. And I think that does it for me. I'll turn it over to our city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. For things to report back on, and I'm going to try to go over the list of questions that came up tonight. And if I miss anything, just catch me at the end of my report. I was planning also at the end of my report earlier to hand the mic over to City Attorney Langer, who is going to provide an update on an upcoming staff report. And she could also brief and update council on the cookies issue. That is a continued challenge. We are creating a dedicated staff liaison at City Hall to address those challenges, and that'll be something that we could push out later this week. In regards to some of the updates, we continue to, through communications, push out a lot of COVID messaging, masks, maintain your space. For the multifamily notices, letters were sent to all multifamily properties, and the actual postcards are being sent as well. We're also trying to direct people to our website to use a printable cover your face message, because it's a dynamic conversation and we want to have something that's current and isn't dated at the units. Code compliance has been responding to complaints that the notices aren't posted, and they've been responding. At this time, we do not have a citation set to cite non-compliant buildings. This is something that we'll talk with Lauren Langer about, and if we need to, before the next council meeting, do an executive order to put something in place, we'll do so. Hopefully not. This could be part of a larger package that we discuss at our next council meeting in January. But again, if people there want the information, it's on our website. If they have questions, comments, or complaints, they can reach out to our code compliance. In regards to West Hollywood Park, we're roughly 80% complete. The contractor is finishing up exterior glass installation. They're doing some interior painting as well. The project's been challenging from a number of levels. One, just that it was a difficult and beautiful design and a complicated design. Some challenges with the contractor and just the changes in the development world that created issues there as well. But we're still slated for a fall opening, as Councilmember D'Amico mentioned. I'm hoping that we can stick with September. That's what they're saying. So I'm saying September 2021. And that's what we're pushing for. I think another question that had come up, one of the challenges is that the pool remains offline, the park remains offline. It's an important asset. Right now, in terms of public pools near us, the only pool that's available is Beverly Hills, but that's also down because of COVID. We did have some discussions with hotels about some temporary use. They felt it was just too challenging at this time because they need to maintain social distancing for their guests, and there's additional liability issues. So they really just were not interested at this time in working with us to provide that resource to our community. The easement on Wiley, our wonderful and articulate city engineer is on hold here, and he's able to chime in if you would like more information. The bottom line is the easement was not included because the street was too narrow. One of the challenges there is to maintain a certain width for fire access, and the street just could not accommodate it. If you want more information and more detailed explanation at the end of my presentation, let me know. And after Lauren gives you her update, I can have Dimitri get on, but he'll use a lot more words to say what I just said. The issue regarding the parking exemptions, once the county order comes out, we can administratively amend our parking requirements to provide flexibility for our residents. Obviously, if the stay-at-home order continues, it's challenging finding parking and moving your car, so we'll definitely accommodate that within the community. Our rental assistance programs right now do have resources to get us through January. We do plan to come back to council to have a discussion about both moving forward with our extending some of our orders and also identifying and budgeting more resources to provide needed support to our residents and our business community. Lastly, as mentioned, yes, Dee Saunders is Employee of the Year. We all love her. One of the things that was her claim to fame during COVID was her mindful moments. She would do these 8 to 10-minute calls every morning, just providing us cheer and introspective on the world. It was just a real wonderful experience. As soon as she became Employee of the Year, she stopped doing the mindful moment. So she's going to reboot it and come back with something in a couple of weeks, and we're all anticipating that it's going to be something spectacular, but I'm willing to bet it's not going to be a daily event. Maybe it'll be Mindful Mondays. With that, I'm going to hand this over to Lauren Langer for an update on cookies and on her future staff report. If there are any questions after Lauren speaks, I'm here.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to point out two quick things. As most of you know, the City of West Hollywood has a code of conduct for elected and appointed officials, which sets forth policies and guides the actions of elected officials, appointed officials, which includes our commissions and our advisory boards. Because we've just had an election, we have 2 new council members. The council will be doing new commission appointments in the first part of 2021. It's an appropriate time to revisit and update the code of conduct. It hasn't been updated since August 2016. So at the beginning of 2021, I am going to bring forth an item with some proposed revisions to the code of conduct, some of which include some revisions to the Brown Act that we thought would be appropriate to incorporate into the code of conduct, as well as a direction that came from the Ethics Reform Task Force that the council directed last year to include in the code of conduct. And so I just wanted to note for the council that this item will be coming forward. And if any of you have any other topics that you would like to include in that agenda item for discussion on topics that we should consider adding to the code of conduct, please let me know and I can include it in the agenda item for discussion. I believe we'll be doing this the first meeting in January, but certainly at the very beginning of 2021. And the second thing I wanted to just respond to the mayor with respect to cookies. As Paul noted, there will be a staff liaison that will be available for the public, and he can push that information out. But what I can report is that the Department of Cannabis Regulation in the City of LA, they don't meet regularly, but they do meet. And so they had a meeting in November, I believe it was November 19th. I participated, Councilmember Meister participated, and Lieutenant Mulder were also there to speak at public comment to report to the commission the impacts that the businesses had on the City of West Hollywood and the neighborhood. And the commissioners were interested in the public comment. It wasn't an agendized item, but we were speaking at public comment, and they asked their staff to report back at the next DCR meeting. So it is my understanding that the next DCR meeting is going to be January 7th. That's the last report that we had. And hopefully the city staff liaison will be able to provide more information to any residents who have concerns. But we've been consistently updating the department in LA to let them know the impact it has on West Hollywood, both the city resources, and on the neighborhood. So we are giving them as much information as we can, and hopefully at these upcoming DCR meetings, the commission will be taking some interest in figuring out what to do with this business.
Do my colleagues have questions for the city manager or city attorney?
Just a quick question, Lauren or Paul. So we I believe gave direction in the summer to begin to collect costs associated with managing and I wonder if we have been communicating with the owner of the business what those costs are adding up to, so that they have some sense of the seriousness with which we are addressing this and the financial cost to the community that we intend to recuperate, because otherwise we wouldn't have had those costs if they were not acting in the way they are.
Well, I can start. The costs have been roughly calculated and provided in a public letter to the Department of Cannabis Regulation. So those have been tracked and monitored, including putting in the cul-de-sac, the temporary cul-de-sac, and things of that nature. I will have to report back at another time whether that's been communicated to the landlord, but I know it has been reported in writing to the City of Los Angeles.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that the business is aware of it because they were at those hearings, but I don't know if we directly sent them that correspondence, and it's something we could easily do.
Okay, I think that concludes our
I just
council
have one.
member
I
comment.
have one question for this. I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute myself fast enough, Mayor. For the city attorney or city manager regarding cookies. One thing that I've heard, two things from some community members: the darkness of the streets, specifically around those areas. I know most of it is City of LA territory, but you know the ways in which it could be made more visible in that area. It's quite dark, so public safety and all these things could be maybe addressed in some way. Seems like an easy fix, but the tree coverings and all that stuff maybe need to be upkept a little bit to make sure the streets are actually being lit properly. I've seen a number of emails about that. And then I guess just for the general public, it would be great to understand that yes, cookies is a problem. It is in the city of Los Angeles, you know, due to our borders. But I mean, what is the city's, you know, I mean, is this something filing legal action against cookies? I mean, what are things that we can actually make sure our public is aware of in regards to what we actually can and cannot do?
So I know this item isn't on our agenda, but
or we could bring it back in January because I don't think the problem's going away.
Certainly, I just want to make sure that we're following our protocol with regard to the agenda. But I think to the extent the city attorney wants to respond to that.
I'll just provide a brief response and say that the most direct and fastest way to address it is to report everything to the City of Los Angeles. I can't answer for them on how long they're taking to do things, but I know that we have direct contacts over there and they're listening. The staff has been listening. The commission, we got the commission's ear at the last public meeting to report all of this information. So the more it can be reported, and understand the scope of what's going on and how it's impacting the city and using City of West Hollywood resources during this time of a health pandemic when resources should really be spent other places. Those are messages that we can keep sending to the City of Los Angeles, and I think that's compelling and impactful.
Great. Also, in terms of the public infrastructure, we are going to be looking at the tree trimming, and we'll be installing the new LED lights on that street in spring, so that should help significantly. So if there aren't any questions, I'll conclude my report. I also want to apologize too. One of my employees texted me and asked me if I was in the steam room. I'm having technical difficulties with my camera, so hopefully by the next council meeting, I'll be a little bit more clear. So great, thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, can you please provide us with the fiscal impact of our revised consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, with the addition of items 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E, the fiscal impact is $2,270,600 in expenditures, $0 in potential revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
Thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion on our consent agenda.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Right, thank you. We don't have any public hearings tonight, so we can go directly to unfinished business, which begins with Dockless Bike Share Pilot Program update, item 4A.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm the acting long-range planning manager at Planning and Development Services. Thank you so much for your time this evening, both Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, as well as the community watching at home. Thank you. Let me share my screen in just one moment. Appreciate your patience. Thank you. So this evening before you, we're going to discuss an update to the Dockless Bike Share Pilot Program. So this program, just to give you some background, the city had our own WeHo Pedals program, which was a bike share program run and operated by the city. in the city of West Hollywood that was part of a larger regional bike share program. But ultimately, after the program had some cost issues as well as an inability to obtain a sponsor, the program was ended in December of 2018. In March 2019, the city authorized to do a dockless bike share pilot program where we would have pedal assist bicycles available throughout the city at specific locations. In May 2019, there was a call for applications issued, and because of the very strict nature of that call for applications, the city did not receive any proposals at that time. So the city staff did a bunch of research and spoke with providers to figure out how to best shape the program for both the city and also attract providers for the pilot program. And ultimately, in July of last year, a second call for applications was issued. The city received 4 applications. And in January 2020, the city conducted 2 interviews with providers that also included a demonstration of their devices as well as an interview with the team. And at that point, COVID started to really impact the entire system of dockless mobility, not only in the United States, but in other countries as well, as the factories that were producing some of these devices were starting to close down around December and January. So at that point, we knew that there were some concerns and potential changes to the program that would need to be made. We went to the Transportation Commission in June of 2020, and they made recommendations related to the two of the 3 discussion items that we have for tonight as part of this process. And at that point, we were still wanting to move forward with the pilot, but recognized that the county wasn't allowing for dockless mobility to actually be operated during the pandemic. So it says September, I apologize. In October of 2020, the county reauthorized the use of mobility devices during the pandemic, which was a big shift. Up until that point, they weren't authorizing the use of the devices to be put out on the street. And then once they did, most cities have rolled back out their programs, not necessarily in full, but are certainly seeing an uptick in users. So like I said, things have changed with COVID, unfortunately. The impacts of the supply chain, as well as just the companies that are in our market at this point, have changed. So from the 4 companies that we originally had proposals for, we now have 3. Jump was acquired by Lime, and they ultimately rescinded their specific proposal because they have left the LA market. So now we're left with 3 proposals from Lime, who's proposing e-scooters, Bird also proposing e-scooters, and Wheels, who are proposing Class 2 throttle assist e-bikes. So like I said, we had issued these call for applications, and ultimately at this point now, they're about 15 months old. While the city is not legally required to void existing applications, a new call for applications would allow for more competition and for more providers based on the potential input that you're providing tonight, depending on whether you wanted to allow for more devices or allow for more providers potentially. The city really wants to make sure that we have all of our options on the table and have the best opportunities for our community. So as such, staff is recommending that council direct staff to void and reissue the call for applications. And this would basically have us put out a new call for applications in January and move the process forward from there. Alternatively, the council could elect to keep the existing call for applications, and that would allow us to maintain the 3 remaining existing applications that are on the table. So again, this is the first question before council of, do you want to maintain the existing call for applications or void and reissue? The second request that we wanted to talk about in terms of input from the council is what types of devices should be included in the pilot. Right now, the way that the pilot is structured, it would allow for Class 1 pedal assist e-bikes, meaning you pedal the bike and as you go and it will help assist you in your pedaling, but you do have to pedal for a vast majority of the time. At this point, we also have applications that include Class 2 throttle assist e-bikes. This is the application from Wheels. And staff is recommending that this be added to the pilot program. Class 2 throttle assist bicycles are bikes that you can press a button and they will propel you forward. You don't have to pedal. In some cases, the pedals aren't necessarily operable, but are foot pegs, and you can go up to 20 miles per hour. Staff is recommending that Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes be part of the program. And as an alternative, we've laid out the ability to add e-scooters to the program as well, which would allow for all 3 types of devices, as well as a larger range of providers in our current pilot, as well as into the future. And depending on the direction that council provides on the types of devices, there are different next steps that we would need to take to move forward. Additionally, the last question is really about the number of providers. When we went to Transportation Commission, they recommended that the pilot program include up to 3 providers. Staff had recommended the same. And at this point, we would only allow for 1 provider, but wanted to have more providers to basically allow for the potential for different providers coming in and out of our market. We've seen it happen recently. And we want to make sure that we have continuity of service for the community should we move forward with the pilot. And so with that, allowing more providers would allow us for that greatest ability to provide service. And I will note that the current pilot allows for 1 provider with 250 devices on average, with a potential scaling up to a maximum of 400 devices in West Hollywood at a time. That would be kind of an ultimate peak of a system. So if we allowed for more providers, we would reduce that number proportionate so that we would never really have more than 400 devices in the city. And that's the recommendation of NACDO, which is 200 devices per square mile, so about 400 in our city. I wanted to provide my contact information for members of the community and anyone else who wanted to reach out to me. This includes my email, rdimond@weho.org, or you can call me at 323-848-6486. Sorry, extra 6 on there. Apologize. And with that, I will leave it to any questions. Again, we really have 3 primary questions that we wanted to discuss this evening, but I'm happy to entertain any questions that you have this evening. Thank you so much.
Madam City Clerk, do we have speakers on this item?
Yes, we do. We have about 9 or 10.
Okay, if it's okay with my colleagues, I'd like to turn to the public first, and then we can have questions and discussion. All right, sounds good. Madam City Clerk, go ahead.
Thank you. Our first speaker is Paul Viscano, to be followed by Karen O'Keefe. Paul, are you there? Okay, we'll go to Karen O'Keefe and we'll circle back to Paul. Karen O'Keefe.
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You have 2 minutes to speak on this item, sir.
Okay, 1 second, please. Okay. Well, good evening, council members. Thank you for the time here. My name is Paul Viscano, and I'm the Chief Development Officer at Wheels. I'd like to briefly talk about Wheels and why we are so passionate about being able to partner with the city. First, we are a West Hollywood company. Ever since our founding in 2018, we have called West Hollywood home. I can promise you that no one would be more excited than us to follow the guidelines and make sure we make the community of West Hollywood proud. We are proud to operate in cities across the U.S. and Europe, and are proud to have recently placed first in Seattle's highly sought after micromobility RFP. Second, we use a seated device that has all the advantages of a bike and more. I'd like to briefly go through a few of these advantages. First, safety. Wheels' mission is all about bringing increased safety to micromobility. Because of our seated form factor, our device offers a low center of gravity and 5 points of contact between the rider and the device. We also use large 14-inch wheels to better handle uneven pavement surfaces, and we are the only operator that uses a smart helmet system that is directly integrated into the device. As a result of these unique features, Wheels' injury rates are exponentially lower than those reported for traditional stand-up scooters and e-bikes. I want to turn to cleanliness. Wheels is uniquely situated to address the challenges of COVID-19. In a first-of-its-kind feature in micromobility, we are rolling out custom-made self-cleaning surfaces on our handlebars and brake levers, the only parts of our device that the rider needs to touch. Our self-cleaning technologies, in addition to the many other steps that we've taken to elevate our sanitation measures, and to ensure the cleanliness of our fleet. We would be grateful for the council's support of Wheels as it considers the upcoming pilot and ask that it approve the alternative options 1 and 3. In multiple hearings now, the community has spoken in favor of the program, and on June 17th, the Transportation Committee voted unanimously to approve the recommendation to allow e-scooters and Class 2 throttle assist e-bikes as part of the pilot program. Additionally, the Commission recommended the program include up to 3 operators to ensure continued operation of the pilot. We urge you to move forward the program immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen O'Keefe, to be followed by Carla Amwane.
Hi, thank you. I'm Karen O'Keefe of West Hollywood. I'm with the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. When our city shut down bike share 2 years ago, it did so with nothing in its place. There is still no shared bike or wheels or scooter service in the city, while just outside our borders, LA residents have many options. While the city claims to care about climate change, it has made it illegal to use these far greener and safer alternatives to cars. Car collisions cause 38,000 deaths a year in the U.S., plus another 100,000 from air pollution from cars, and are our state's #1 source of emissions, which put our planet in peril. Scooters would max out at 20 miles an hour and weigh about 40 pounds. They don't pose anywhere near the hazard. We urge you to legalize these types of shared micromobility and to do so in a way that learns from the failures of WeHo pedals. Our city is not an island. For shared mobility to work, people need to be able to rely on a WeHo legal shared bike or scooter being available for round trips outside of the city. WeHo should thus allow an array of operators. There also needs to be convenient parking wherever cars and private bikes can park, on streets and in furniture zones of the sidewalks. It makes no sense to allow 2-ton cars to park immediately in front of destinations throughout the city, but not a small scooter. Individuals had to walk blocks to get to WeHo pedals' fixed locations, which made them nearly useless for first mile, last mile transit. I also want to note that private ownership is not a good alternative for many. A lot of people can't afford hundreds of dollars for a bike or scooter that might get stolen, and many lack the space to store them anyways. Legal micromobility can shift trips away from cars. Please allow the wheels and the scooters and legalize multiple operators to give us greener options to get around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla, to be followed by Fong Bui.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carla Wanet, and I am speaking on behalf of Lime. I want to thank Mayor Horvath and City Council for allowing me to speak today. Lime is grateful to have been given the opportunity to apply for the city's dockless pilot program, and we are hopeful that we can bring our operational expertise to the West Hollywood community in 2021. Lime sincerely appreciates the time and the resources that city staff and council have contributed to the development of the dockless pilot program. We kindly ask that council approve the staff report alternative options #1 and #3, which would remove the ban on e-scooters, as well as allow the city to maintain the existing call for applications by moving forward with a pilot program with Lime, Bird, and Wheels. We want to briefly address the staff recommendation, which would void and reissue the call for applications. Lime respectfully requests the council to consider the past 15 months, during which city staff and our 3 companies have all invested significant time and resources into this process. Voiding the existing call for applications would undo so much of the progress that has been made and place further burden on staff with an already limited capacity, forcing the city to put out a call for applications for a 3rd time. We respectfully urge council to continue the current process as previously recommended by staff and unanimously approved by the City Transportation Commission. We understand that despite the successes of the micromobility industry these past few years, including in the surrounding city of Los Angeles, there is still room for improvement, in particular when it comes to safety and parking concerns. Lime and the other operators continue to prioritize safety via training, in-app education, helmet giveaways, and a myriad of creative parking solutions. We look forward to ongoing collaboration with the city to identify best practices specifically for the West Hollywood community. We're confident that the dockless pilot program would provide a necessary added benefit to the transportation network for the West Hollywood community, especially as residents look for a safe, single occupancy, open air transportation option for those who must continue to work and need to conduct essential errands. We look forward to working in partnership with the city towards improving on our efforts and making the dockless pilot program a success in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fong Bui, to be followed by Genevieve Morrill.
Good evening. My name is Fong Bui, and I'm representing Spin, a micromobility company primarily offering electric scooters. We currently operate in LA and have received a lot of feedback from users regarding their interest to cross from LA to West Hollywood. The requirement of the first CFA limited the program strictly to dockless bicycles, which is why SPIN did not apply in 2019. Scooters have seen an incredible adoption over the years due to its ease of use and low contact nature. And there have been many changes to the micromobility industry in the last year. If council were to consider allowing scooters to be a possible alternative, SPIN, along with other qualified providers, can present an updated plan about how our services can best fit the city's mobility and sustainability needs. We support staff's recommendation to reissue a new call for applications and urge the city to consider adding scooters to the pilot program in addition to bikes. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Justin Eatzer.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Mayor and our new Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Happy holidays to all of you. I ditto everything that woman from the Biking Coalition said. It's always baffled me how we are not supporting these forward-thinking and futuristic multiple options for mobility in our city. Our city should be leading the way in this. Bird, Wheel, and Lime are perfectly suited to start moving forward with this pilot program and operating the e-scooter program if you remove the ban. We've been challenged by the frustration it causes of fear of safety with good reason, but this is our future and we are holding up all of these opportunities right at our door that could get cars off the road and help people who no longer can afford any other method of travel. Are we really going to keep delaying this for the perfect bike program? Shared e-mobility has proven to be an affordable and environmentally friendly way of getting around. Wheels and e-scooters are our future and part of the solution for Los Angeles mobility. They help people connect from transit and make it easy for people to leave the car at home without worrying about whether there will be parking spot or traffic on their way, and to patronize their favorite businesses. Find better ways to move people across West Hollywood is good for business and good for the vitality of our community. Bird, Lime, and Wheel have been leaders in this industry and have adjusted tremendously since they were first introduced in the marketplace. As more and more people use these methods as a form of transportation, business areas will need to find solutions for scooter parking and increase awareness of safe riding rules. We encourage you to remove the ban on scooters and support stealth alternatives, options 1 and 3. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Eatzer, to be followed by Morgan Roth.
Hello, thank you for having me. Thank you, City Council. It is a pleasure to be here with you. Unfortunately, not in person. Like I was there the day that this form of transportation was banned. I was there because I've been a large proponent of this transportation. It's the future. It's innovation. It's how we should be traveling around our small and intimate city, and not with this, all this smog and these cars lined up. Now is a better time than ever to experiment with like this. Less people are on the roads. More people are looking for ways to get around and not get in a car with someone. I've used Uber once in the last 10 months because I don't feel comfortable with getting in a car with a stranger. Now is the time for me to hop on a scooter and ride it to the park or ride it to town and buy a smoothie at somewhere, whatever. This is, it's happening. It's in every city, and we're West Hollywood. We're progressive, or at least we say we are. We say we're pro climate change. And I want to be on the right side of history. I think that it's great that these companies now want to work with the city, and I think it's unfortunate that they just, that they weren't as, working together with the city as they should have been in earlier, but they are now. I do have some reservations, but I think they're easy to fix. One, I think that we need to spray paint parking spots. They did it in Santa Monica. It's super clean. Yeah, I don't like these scooters dropped around everywhere either, but I think that there's an easy solution for that, and these apps can easily these companies can easily make it so that their apps can offer these parking spots. And you know what? If someone doesn't place their scooter in these many parking spots, then that's on them. But I think that there can be a lot so that it's not an inconvenience for anyone. And I also think that our city in general just needs to move into a direction of making it comfortable for people to ride around on scooters and bikes and e-bikes. Come on, this is where we're heading. This is where we should be heading. And I think that, there's not a better place in the world other than West Hollywood to do it. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Morgan Roth, to be followed by Alexander Basley.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath and City Council. My name is Morgan Roth, Government Partnerships Manager for Bird here in Southern California. Tim Harder is out on holiday vacation, but wanted me to send his regards to staff and the mayor for working with us for the past 2 years. During COVID, we've seen an increase in ridership as more people look to open-air, socially distant options for commuting. Cities around the world have accelerated their plans to bring e-scooters to their communities. Data collected from our markets show that micromobility promotes urban sustainability, transportation access for underserved communities, and also reduces car trips. For instance, with Metro now running many lines on a reduced schedule, including in West Hollywood, we've seen an uptick in ridership during reduced hours. We've launched a free ride program for essential workers, which will remain in place next year. But essential workers in WeHo are currently unable to access this service. We would love to launch this and extend the program to grocery workers in West Hollywood once the ban is removed. With the recent departure of WeHo pedals, staff had already identified 26 in-street corrals where scooter and bikes could be placed. Using data after the first few months of operations, we could identify other areas to add more. With mutually aligned goals with the city, our vision is to get more cars off the road by providing safe, affordable, and reliable micro EVs for shared use. Traffic is a top quality of life issue in West Hollywood, and the city can help address this issue by encouraging alternative transportation. And further, the city can utilize the data gathered from rides to inform future infrastructure plans. Santa Monica, Long Beach, and Los Angeles have all utilized our data to improve infrastructure to encourage more ridership. It's important we add West Hollywood to our service to ensure interoperability between jurisdictions for riders. Fast micromobility helps support small businesses. Pre-COVID, 32% of our trips ended at local businesses. During COVID, that number has increased 20% to now over 50% total. Our ask is for council to support Alternative 1 and Alternative 3 in the report. Companies have resources to help staff get up and running, and we will share revenue so costs will not be incurred. Our hope the city will move forward with the 3 existing operators that have been working closely with the city and already submitted RFPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Basley, to be followed by our final speaker, Manny Rodriguez.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Basley, a resident of West Hollywood. Currently serve as Transportation Commissioner, but I'm speaking as a resident. Thank you, Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and honorable council members for this opportunity to express support for staff's recommendations regarding the dockless bike share program. Micromobility will help our community deal with gridlock and existential climate crisis by providing locals and visitors with alternative modes to move around the city that is not only more sustainable than driving, but also a great deal of fun. The staff has listened closely to the community's rightful concern regarding the perceived safety and aesthetics of micromobility devices. To make sure the program is a success, we must be aware of what makes bike share and scooters popular. Firstly, the joy of movement without the corresponding sweat and tears, especially during the summer months. Secondly, easy access to the shareable devices allows for a creative mix of different transportation modes, such as paired with walking, taking the bus, or the pickup trolley. That is why I support staff's recommendations to support the inclusion of throttle and pedal assist devices. The technology exists for vendors to come up with solutions to ensure the devices do not cause obstruction, blight, or disturb pedestrians by controlling the speed, proximity, and corralling of their devices. The competition proposed by staff will allow the community to determine the best long-term fit for the vendors that are best able to fulfill these needs. Thank you for considering this approach to innovate our transportation network in a sustainable, fun, and accessible manner. And quickly off topic, thank you, Councilmember Shine, Erickson, and D'Amico for your comments regarding the crosswalks. Happy holidays and Happy New Year to you all.
Our final speaker is Manny Rodriguez.
Hi, Manny Rodriguez, resident of West Hollywood. Well, you've just heard about 12 false narratives about what these e-scooters and e-bikes are all about. Scooters and e-bikes and anything that is on demand is no bueno. You've already done a pilot program, and it has proven that this city does very well without these devices. Other cities have done pilot programs, and it has proven that those cities that have allowed them, they showed that they've created a public nuisance and are a hazard to pedestrians and the riders themselves. Take a walk on Melrose Avenue between Cookies and La Brea. That's your future if you approve e-scooters and e-bikes in West Hollywood. That is a disaster on that street. No one is using these scooters for anything other than impulsive, aggressive, and lazy joyrides where there is no accountability. No accountability is what what the on-demand business plan is all about. This is why you're not getting any responses to your applications request, because you're asking to put rules on a business model whose DNA is reckless and unaccountability of use. That's why they don't want to play along. The minute you put rules on them and tell them where to park and where to go and where not to go, you defeat the purpose of the on-demand, impulsive, throwaway business plan. Let's finally put this thing to bed. I really don't want to come up here and talk about this anymore. You've done the pilot program. They have no use. There is no use for these devices. If anyone really wants a scooter, they can buy one and not be nickel and dime by these companies. It'll be cheaper for them. Better yet, get a bicycle.
Thank you, Manny. Your time has expired. That was our final speaker, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So we're being asked whether we want to consider a pilot program for these devices, whether we want to proceed with the call as it is or reissue it, and any other additional directions. So who would like to begin? Councilmember D'Amico.
I believe Rachel has images of the 3 different kinds of scooters, bike scooter that we're talking about, and I mean, I have them in my mind, but I just want to make sure we all have them in mind and we're seeing the same thing. So.
Sorry, the unmute button goes away when you share your screen. Thank you for your patience. So just to give you a little quick visual, this represents the Wheels Class 2 throttle assist e-bikes. This is a Bird scooter, and this is a Lime scooter.
And isn't there a pedal assist bike?
There is not. So the pedal assist bikes are what we initially wanted to be part of the program, but right now, none of the companies that we are working with in the current call for applications are offering us a pedal assist bike. There's a throttle assist bike and then the 2 e-scooters.
Thank you.
I have a question, Rachel. Thank you. The image for the Wheels Class 2, is that an updated image? Because I was under the impression that what they're offering has the helmets on them in the back. I didn't see any on the image you showed.
I apologize. I quickly pulled together the images that I previously had. You know, I'm not certain if they were providing helmets. That was my understanding, but I don't have any images showing that, the helmet box on the back. Again, part of the issue I just want to add as well is that we had updated proposals as of June and really wanted to check in before we even went back to get updated proposals as to whether you want to continue with this round of call for applications.
Any other questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. Rachel, so just tell me again, so who's out there that we haven't received proposals from yet? That why we would bother to, do another round of RFPs?
At a minimum, we heard from Spin this evening, another company that provides a number of different dockless mobility devices. There may be other companies as well that we know of, but none that have approached us. Again, we did have one company this evening speak to wanting to propose an app to the pilot. Part of the issue was that the pilot was crafted to only allow class 1 e-bikes. So we, should we expand those devices? We didn't necessarily put out a call for those things. So we didn't hear from everyone potentially that's interested in other devices.
And the class 1 are the ones that pedal, but they have an assist.
Right, and that's Lyft also provides those in our regional market. We haven't heard from them, but they're another company that provides those class 1 that didn't apply to our pilot.
Any other questions?
So I have so I listened carefully to the public comment. Thank you all for both businesses and members of the public. I mean, at the risk of being annoying, I want to say that, in July of 2018, I was the one vote for this kind of a system and 4 against. So I am still in favor of coming up with some kind of dockless mobility system. But I wondered, John and Rachel, and I guess maybe the city attorney and Paul, if we instead sort of stepped back and said, here's a framework for operating in our city. And maybe that framework is, for some number of months, 6 months, 9 months, you can have 50 devices in our city if you pay this fee. And then at the end of that time, and maybe we just say there would be a maximum 8 providers, and that would leave the 400 devices you're suggesting. Something like that instead of it feels like we're trying to sort of take a sandwich and turn it into a bowl of spaghetti. You know what I mean? It's all wheat and there's eggs and there's water, but they're 2 completely different kinds of things. So I'm just sort of, I know I'm really dragging us off topic and we don't have to spend any time on it at all if you just say, no, that's not what we're doing. But I just have the sense that as people come and leave the market, they will find out if West Hollywood is the right place for them. We will find out if West Hollywood is the right place for them. And we could, in fact, perhaps get to the end without all of this sort of trying to fit these pieces together.
That's certainly an option, and we would have to come back with an update to kind of craft that pilot that's a little bit different than what we're doing now. I would think we would need to do a new call for applications with that type of, kind of more open process, but it's certainly something that we could look into and make work if that's the direction that you wanted to go into.
Councilmember Shine.
Do we know what the reasoning was because the Transportation Commission went through this thoroughly and they recommended up to 3 providers. Do we know what the reasoning was for that? Do we have?
Generally, staff recommended 3 providers because that's how many we had in the running, and we wanted to give all of them the opportunity to be part of the pilot because staff felt like the ability to have more companies would actually enrich the program itself, not complicate it. And so that was staff's recommendation, and ultimately the Transportation Commission agreed. The 3 is related to the number of applications we had, though. So certainly if there were more, or you wanted to say up to X number and it was more, that would allow us to either have more providers come in, or if you limited that number further, then we would have another selection process.
What is the, how long is the process of putting another call out and going through all of this? Because it's been a long time now, actually, that you've been working with these 3 providers. I'm wondering, what are we looking at? Because I think those are important factors to take into account.
We certainly understand that we want to be quick about this process. So there's definitely the ability for us to issue the call for applications in January, allow them to be submitted through end of February, for example, to give people real time, particularly now during COVID. And then we would start the selection process in March, come back to council with a contract, and move forward. So it would be, realistically rolled out in the second quarter of 2021.
And I might as well just ask all my questions now. When we ban scooters, I can't hear you, Rachel.
Definitely talking to my children, sorry.
Oh, okay. When we ban scooters, do we have any regulation? I'm trying to understand.
We do. So we ban scooters from parking in the public right-of-way in the city of West Hollywood. It doesn't mean you can't ride a scooter in the city. You can pass through, but you're not allowed to park in the city and use the public right-of-way for dockless system.
I understand that. Sorry, I wasn't clear. But we don't have regulations on where scooters can be used. So there's people that own private scooters and e-bikes. Are there regulations that dictate, for example, you can't ride on the sidewalk, you can ride on the sidewalk, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so the state vehicle code addresses that. So these are addressed by the state only, but we don't have specific regulations in West Hollywood except about the commercialization of scooters on the sidewalks. But so basically, none of these devices are allowed to be operated on the sidewalk. When you have a bike lane, you need to be in the bike lane. And if the street is over a certain speed limit, you're not allowed to be on that street if there's no bike lane. So there are some streets that will be restricted, and it would be, and also locations like sidewalks. And part of this pilot would include a pretty robust public information campaign to help people understand some of these rules.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the corrals, 26 corrals, we heard from I think it was Karen O'Keefe, saying that in the prior bike share program, there were 6 locations. So the idea is there's 26 corrals throughout West Hollywood that staff is looking at?
So we're looking at corrals, but we're also looking at the ability for people to park in additional locations in addition to kind of formal corrals, and figuring out the best locations based on how people are actually using the devices. I think it'll take us some time to see where people are parking before we start making expensive physical improvements. So we would do some temporary corrals, and we would also allow people to basically park in parkways or not obstructing sidewalks in other locations as well, with certain parameters. And so we would work with the providers to make sure that their apps are giving the right information to the users as well.
And the temporary corrals, are those the 26 that I heard from a
I think that 26 was maybe part of what we had initially proposed in the first round of call for applications. And it was, here are the corrals. These will be the only places where these devices will be allowed, period. Mm-hmm. And it was too restrictive for companies. When people have corrals that aren't super close, it kind of takes away from the first and last mile nature of these devices, in that you can't quite get to your house. You can almost get to Sunset or almost to Fountain, but not close enough. And so you still have people doing that last eighth of a mile walking.
Or not parking in the corral and just throwing it in front of there. Okay, I see. Yeah, the planning needs to definitely be practical. Those are my questions. I'm concerned if we, Councilmember D'Amico, I hear you with your creativity, and my only concern with having 8 different vendors would be keeping track of everybody, and the staff's time on making sure these 8 different potential companies, if they're out there, who's doing what, and the unfortunate bureaucracy that would be created with that many vendors. So who would be charged with enforcing or I guess ticketing riders who ride on the sidewalk where they're not supposed to?
That is a great question. There's some aspects of this that will be dealt with by code compliance, like the parking of scooters, scooters that are tipped over, that sort of thing. But I believe that the riding on sidewalk would be enforced by the sheriff's office, sheriff's department.
I feel that given COVID and the higher use of micromobility, it's been very beneficial for people. And it's very beneficial for the environment. My concerns are really that we need to be able to, whatever we decide tonight, really enforce the use and make sure if we have corrals, they're being parked in corrals so they don't become a nuisance to our residents. But at the same time, I absolutely feel that banning these in our city is not the way of the future. I also wanted to know if we were to stick with these 3 vendors, or we do or not, we can discuss that, but it's an 18-month pilot, correct?
That's how it's written now.
Okay, so if in 6 months we get a report back and one of the vendors is not keeping up with the standards that we enter into, what would be our, would we be able to shift things, cut them out? If we say, okay, Wheels is doing a great job, Lime is not, Bird is good, can we just, how nimble can we be? That's what I want to know, because
Very is the answer. Because it's a pilot, we will have contracts with each of the groups, but there is a wide range of things we would be able to terminate the pilot for and terminate individual providers for. That being said, we do want to work with providers to make this work. We realize that it is a tough start always in every city. And I just want to be really open and honest about that, should we move forward with this, we are going to have issues that we will need to deal with at some point. And so thus far, we've had a really good relationship with the 3 providers that are in the pilot proposals right now. And they're all very willing to work with us and make this work. And so they do want to be in compliance. They want to be in our city. And so I think a lot of the compliance issues that we saw in the past were really related to kind of a new use coming to market in a very unorthodox way. And certainly now I think we've had the opportunity to see them working in other cities nearby and understand kind of how to best deal with operations. That being said, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't work across the board, we can just end the pilot and be done with it, right? So it's a pilot that's 18 months. We plan to assess it every 6 months and come back to council with an update. And at that point, we can, assess what we're doing and see how we want to move forward.
Right. I definitely feel we're in a very different position now with all of the new information and relationship building than we were a few years ago. So those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you to everyone who called in from members of the public tonight to talk about this item. I just have a couple of things. I do agree with the 6-month report back. I agree that the applicants themselves have been very invested in many ways on this item, but also invested in being good business partners. That is the one thing when I did speak with the applicants this whatever day of the week it is, but the past weekend and last week, and understanding that, the added benefit that they are getting with access to the city of West Hollywood, having been banned, is not only lucrative on their end, but also access to micromobility and better transportation options for our residents. It's quite funny, and I'm maybe Councilmember Shine can, talk a little bit about this, but amongst things that I heard on the campaign trail, almost every other person was, and please, for the love of God, stop the ban on scooters. I mean, literally almost every person would talk about it because people weren't driving, people weren't in their cars. And I myself, who was once at one point really vehemently against a lot of these items because I saw a lot of the impairments that it would bring about, started using them because my car broke down last year, Christmas at this time, and I had no way to get to work. We have a first mile, last mile problem that I do firmly believe that these modes of transportation help. And I had no way to get to the Hollywood and Highland station to take the red line to the Expo line and get to work every day and back. And I discovered quickly how accessible they were and how easy they were. I had to park them across the street, of course, and make sure I was being responsible as a responsible rider. But I do appreciate the ways in which our city has really invested a significant amount of money and time already into these three companies. As well as hearing the outreach from our chamber, as well as Wheels itself being a West Hollywood company. I think that's quite incredible to see the progress they've made and how they are and have been out there. And Rachel, could you answer this question? I know when we talked earlier, but is there a way in which these companies for enforcement could be integrated like they are in the city of Los Angeles in the 311 program? Could we get them implemented into the WeHo app so that way when instances occur, people can take that photo, get it out there? I know, and I'm pretty sure someone said this on one of our calls, but within the city of Los Angeles, they have a certain time frame to actually even go and get these things picked up. Could you just briefly talk about that a little bit more?
Sure. So we do have an app where you can report problems on your street with trash, etc., that alert city staff. This is absolutely something we can add. We'll have to work with our app creator to make that happen, but it's absolutely something that we, can be an other for now. And once we roll it out, it'll be hey, we have a scooter problem or a bike problem that we want to report. And I think that would alert staff fairly quickly. But yes, we do have requirements for the time frame that they're allowed to have an issue on the ground without addressing it. So we expect that providers address issues within a few hours as part of our pilot program. And part of what we're looking at is contracting with the company that does some of our parking work to make sure that there are people kind of on the ground able to pick the devices back up. And I think, and the providers are all on the call still, and they're available if you have specific questions to them, but they all have localized groups of people who come and monitor and are well aware that we would want kind of heightened monitoring, particularly during the pilot session.
Great. Thank you for that. And I know that in talking with the companies themselves, as well as knowing the process, because I have friends that are involved in cleaning up these things because they use it for income and what they do. Many people are looking for all ways to make money these days. I know that they have, and this is the wrong word, but area czars, or where they have those areas where there's a financial incentive for those individuals to actually clean up those items. I think that is important. I think we also could mandate the ways in which we would require people to pick these items up. I mean, there is a financial incentive here for these three businesses, although I'm happy, understanding what Councilmember D'Amico said with more, but understanding how these people, these organizations have been here. And so, along with that, I think that, this is important for us to look forward to. I think that, however long ago it was when the ban did occur, there has been an increased advancement of, the technology. I know these companies themselves have been providing free services to essential workers, many of which live in and around the city. So that's important and needed to be there. And so, with all of that, I'm to finish off my comments, but I am prepared to pretty much support alternatives 1 and 3 on the staff item tonight and move this item forward and get our city moving. And also the data that can be provided to help infrastructure improvements in the future is critical. And I think that's something we need to look at. Bike lanes along Santa Monica Boulevard, protected bike lanes in other places on Fountain, sidewalk improvements, street improvements. I know that the 3 partners have said that they would give us access to this type of data. So when we really look at long-term infrastructure improvements, we can look at not only where micro-mobility options are greatly used by our city residents, but where the overall demand is for these things. And so I think that is where I'm at. I'm happy to talk more with my colleagues, of course, but I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Rachel, my understanding is, I know that we have an ordinance, a city ordinance that allows people to ride their bicycles on the sidewalk where there is no bike lane. Can we, though, change our ordinance so that there is no bike riding or scooter riding or any other, any of these types of vehicles on the sidewalks?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So my concern, and this has been my concern since we started discussing this several years ago, is that we have not put infrastructure in place to accommodate safe riding of these types of vehicles. Obviously, the best thing to have would be bike lanes and areas, corrals for placing the bikes when they're not being used. What we saw on the other pilots is we saw bikes and scooters thrown all over the place, blocking the public right of way. We did not see, it was very difficult for our people to enforce. That was what I saw, because otherwise I don't think I'd be seeing all these things, the scooters and bikes in the public right of way if it was easy to enforce. And it did become a problem, with pedestrians, with pedestrian safety. So the only way that I would support a pilot like this is if we made sure that we changed our ordinance so that there was no riding of any bicycles, including regular bicycles, old-fashioned bicycles without motors, on the sidewalk, and start figuring out an east-west street that place a bike lane, a safe lane, and a north-south street that goes, from Sunset to Beverly and east-west from Doheny to La Brea. Because without that, I don't see how this is going to be safe. I would like to see a safe pilot, because otherwise we'll never really know how many people are using these things if we don't get that data. But I also feel like, for years I've been saying, well, we need infrastructure, and we really still don't have that infrastructure. We have, we have a little bit of an added bike lane over on the west side, but we really don't have something to support safe riding through our city, from one end to the other. And I just want to, I guess I'm looking for staff to come up with something that will make, that would at least satisfy me that we could do this and do this safely. Whether, I agree, I think with Councilmember Shine that my concern with having 8 vendors is that it would just be crazy. Like, people would be calling in and saying, this is laying around, and, well, which vendor? I don't know. It was blue. It was green. It was yellow. So I think we would be better off with, a number of, maybe 3 vendors maximum, just so we could, have more control over it. But again, I'm really concerned about the fact that we have still very limited infrastructure for this. And, I don't know what plans our transportation department have about to come up with some kind of study to say this is how we can do this. And do we get the money for a study from these vendors that are, want to be in our city so badly? But I want to do this safely, because otherwise we're just going to see what we saw before, and it'll be triple because we'll have 3 vendors instead of 1 vendor. So those are my feelings. It's not that I'm opposed to this, because I understand that, having a multimodal system and people want to try different things, and maybe this right now is a good time because maybe we don't have as much traffic, because people are home. But I do think that we need to have something in place and a study to really expand if this is the direction we really want to take and be serious about it.
So, council member, I would like to say that, we do have a ped and bike plan that does identify bikeways throughout the city, and we are working on the Willoughby Greenway, which would be an enhanced street that would allow for bike transit on an east-west basis. And we're also involved in providing north-south access for bikes. But I also just want to remind everybody that those wouldn't be the only places where people would be riding. People would still be riding, on other streets closer to their homes, to some other places. So those wouldn't just be the routes that people would be riding on. Those would be the main routes that would be designated to help people kind of go through the city, not necessarily from their home to a store or that type of thing, unless they're going directly down Santa Monica Boulevard. But we are working on enhancing our bike lanes and that type of things right now, especially with the Willoughby Greenway program.
And Councilmember Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, I agree with you in understanding the infrastructure problem.
Oh, Lauren.
I'm sorry, Lauren, it'll be easier, right? But I totally hear your concerns. I mean, you walk along Fountain Avenue and the sidewalk goes from, as much as this computer screen to the actual size. And, I do think we do need an update on the pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan at some point as a council to really re-examining those priorities. And, I'm all for improving infrastructure and installing all these things. And, so I just wanted to give you, I think that you are right in that aspect.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So I was looking at different kinds of scooters and bikes online, and I guess the reason I wanted to sort of leave some opening is because I think and maybe it's not reasonable, and I completely agree. We don't want to over problematize this, but I think that if it's successful, people will want to have better ways of having it be successful here. And the market will drive some of that. My experience, and I did, for Manny's information, I in fact walked today down from La Cienega, down Melrose to La Brea and back. And there was only one corner, it was Vista at Melrose, that had a jumble of those pedalless bicycles. I don't know what they're called, but and I thought, okay, so that's 2 miles of street on both sides of the street, and there was really only one sort of place where I thought, okay, that would be an email and a phone call and a text that I would get, or we would all get, or somebody would get. We'd have to address that, and so there will be some amount of code compliance needed. I do think, as Lauren said, we need to look at the PED mobility plan, and maybe, not asking, literally not asking, but maybe there are now enough votes to do something substantial in Santa Monica or Fountain to change that in a dramatic way that never existed before, and we can review that plan and revisit it. But I do think that we should move forward, and I've been trying to stay out of the how we move forward because I want us to move forward. So whatever set of recommendations my colleagues want to make, I will support, including having another look, and I hope this would end up in the motion, another look at the PED and bike plan, because I do think it's time for us to take a dramatic step towards a new way of thinking about being in West Hollywood.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. And the thing is that we have 2 new council members, so we're going to have a fresh look at everything that we're doing. But I really would like to make, as part of whatever motion we come up with, get the bikes off the sidewalk. Just make it so that we cannot have bikes on the sidewalks, because I just think that's a big part of our problem. And if we can at least then, you know, if there's going to be enforcement, it's very obvious what needs to be done. So I hope that you'll consider that.
Okay. So we have, it sounds like there's interest in moving forward with something. So that we'll see how far we can funnel down an agreement. It sounds like there's interest to move forward this evening and not craft a new proposal. Do I have that right?
I think maybe, Madam Mayor, I can craft a motion that might get all of it if you would like me to.
I'm going to keep going, and if I need you to, I'll do that.
Great.
So we have agreement to move forward with something. Do we want to leave an opening for other operators, or are we comfortable with the 3 that are proposed this evening?
If you ask yes and no questions, I can put my thumb up. I'm comfortable with that.
I'm trying to do that. Unfortunately, this one, are we comfortable with the 3 operators?
Yeah, with the 3 we have.
With the 3 operators that we have tonight? Do we want to leave opening for other operators?
I would suggest that we look at it in 6 months, because we might be getting rid of an operator. So.
Okay. So the opportunity for other operators to be considered can come up at the 6-month mark. Right now, the pilot program is 18 months. So is everybody comfortable with that length of term? Okay. It sounds like there's also a desire for some sort of infrastructure to indicate parking spaces, while also coming up with a policy of, you know, where people might be able to park on private property or other places that keep things out of the public right of way, unless we're designated. And one thing that did come up in correspondence to us is also that especially with relationship to some of the behavior that we've seen at Cookies, is people using these devices to get away from circumstances at a quick speed, that they were potentially involved in reported criminal activity. And so my suspicion is, now that we're moving from a ban to a collaborative relationship with these operators, that should, God forbid, these, you know, such incidents occur, that they would be collaborative with us in our public safety efforts in terms of reporting, making sure people are, you know, disabled from using these devices in the future if they're involved in those kinds of activities, that sort of thing. I think that should be part of our community agreement in terms of our reciprocal relationship and what's offered to the community. Are there any other, there's also, I think, there's a request for staff to come back with our bike ped plan to talk about other items, but I think that's sort of separate from specifically this item tonight. But I think that direction has been given by a majority of the council. Is there anything that I've missed? Councilmember D'Amico.
I think Lauren said not allowing bicycles on sidewalks.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't have a kid or kids, but I'm guessing that maybe, you know, kids under the age of 12 shouldn't be riding in the street or something. And maybe it's hard to know if that's a thing, but I think that there's probably some way in which, you know, families or children get to ride on the sidewalk around their neighborhood and otherwise. So when you bring that back, I would hope that would be considered. And finally, I think your question about public safety is, if we determine that there's an area where it's not safe, whether it's because there's too many people drinking alcohol or people trying to get away from crimes, we could ask them to sort of geofence those areas off from those. And I would hope our partners would agree to that as part of the program.
And I just want to make sure there's an opportunity to opt out. You know, if we're not happy, that it shouldn't take us 6 months to have to opt out if we're really unhappy, we should be able to just say, okay, we're done.
Okay, so got it. And I just, I'm very clear that we want to talk about bike ped plan. We want to talk about bikes on sidewalks and all of those policy questions. I think that's sort of a separate conversation than what's before us tonight. But like I said, I think that direction has been given to bring those issues back. So because they do certainly have an impact on the success or failure of how this could operate. But for tonight, I just want to make sure we're really clear about the pilot program that we're talking about and launching in the city. Are there any other points with regard to this program? We have the city attorney wants to weigh in.
Well, I just wanted to ask one question for clarity. If the proposal is going to include e-scooters, it will require a code change. So I just want to make sure that the council was aware of that. It wouldn't get started immediately because we would have to make that change to allow for e-scooters.
Okay. So that would be part of the motion then to change the code to allow them.
Okay.
Councilmember Erickson.
And I think the only other thing was the integration with the WeHo app formally to work alongside the providers.
Okay. So we're going to move forward with the 3 operators. We will have a 6-month review process, at which point we can reopen this program to consider other alternatives. We have the ability to opt out. We have the ability to integrate into the city's app. We are separately going to revisit some of our bike ped policies to make sure that we're considering all of the related policies that will impact these devices. We're making a code change and making as part of our agreement with each of these operators their compliance and cooperation with us in any sort of potential public safety issues that might arise. So I think that's the motion. Who would like to second it? Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Okay. So, Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's take a break. I believe we have a group of speakers on some of our upcoming items. So figure now's a good time to take a break, and then we can evaluate what's left on our agenda to see if we're able to get through everything. I think that we can make that decision when we get back. Yeah, we'll meet back at 10 o'clock.
Thank you so much.
I see Councilmember Shine is back. And Mayor Pro Tem Meister. Councilmember Erickson.
Mayor, the host needs to unlock my video.
Host, unlock his video.
Done.
Thank you. All right. Now we move on to agenda item. We moved 4B, 4C, 4D, and 4E to consent. So this brings us to item 5A, which is the housing element update task force selection. Not sure how much of a report we need, but I do know that there's some discussion around this item. Madam City Clerk, do we have any city council or public comment on this item?
We have no public comment for this item.
Okay, so the goal here is for each of us to consider the candidates who were presented as part of this report and to select nominees, whether from this list or others, each council member appointing 2 task force members, and to review and confirm the community engagement strategy and schedule for the upcoming housing element update. To try and streamline some of this, are there any questions about the strategy? Is there discussion around that, or do we have agreement on that and we just need to focus on appointing people to the task force? Yes? Okay, great. So let's do that. We have a list that's been provided, and I believe people have also spoken with our staff members about other possible candidates. So let's jump right into it. Who wants to appoint first? Councilmember D'Amico.
Seppi also raised your hand. Why don't you go, Seppi?
Member. I would like to appoint Dawn Collette Williams and Barry D. Talley.
Okay.
And I from the list was provided Michael Manville and Marianne Lowenthal.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. Will Korchak and Sheila Lightfoot.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Chelsea Byers and Adam Kroll.
Okay. And I would like to appoint from the list Craig Berberian, and from not on the list, but a fellow of the American Institute of Architects, Angie Brooks.
Thank you so much, council members. I would just like to ask that for those of you that nominated someone outside of the nomination list, if you haven't already done so, if you could email me their contact information, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And do we need to take formal action on part 2 of the recommendations, or can you accept that we were in agreement on the strategy?
I'll leave that to the city attorney if you need to take formal action.
That's so much muting. I think it would be helpful for staff if you could take formal action as a group agreeing to the strategy.
So we will adopt the appointed task force members as just named by members of the council, and confirm the community engagement strategy and schedule for the upcoming housing element update would be my motion. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem Meister. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Aye.
Mayor Horvath?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right. Moving on to item 5B, the business assistance and recovery measures. There are many recommendations in here. So I know that this is an item brought forward by 2 of our colleagues. So I don't know that there's necessarily a staff report, but there are, let's see, 6 action items for us to include as part of our discussion. Madam City Clerk, do we have speakers on this item?
Yes, I believe we have 3 that are still on the line.
Okay, so if council agrees, we'll go with them first.
Our first speaker is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve?
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk, and good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember Shine for putting this item forward. Our city staff has been amazing and has worked daily with the business community, and we are very grateful. And this item shows further thought leadership and forward thinking from our council and shows the business community the council's continued commitment to our issues. And we can certainly use all the help we can get right now. The reality is truly that $5,000 to $10,000 grants will not save a brick and mortar business, but it will certainly help to ease the pain and maybe pay a bill or two. We think the formation of creating this roundtables and task force really help with the short term. And we brought up concerns to both our council women that we were concerned about the city's ability to pivot quickly in the short term when we're dealing so quickly on issues dealing with COVID, because they change so rapidly, and we were assured that that would not impede our ability to have this type of a task force. In the long term, what we are most concerned about is that Councilmember Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, has given direction to city staff to work on the small business initiative with the chamber and moving forward from conception to implementation. And we want to ensure that creating a task force like this, that we don't have 2 or more directives when staff and chamber are focused on conception and implementation of the initiative. We need to make sure that we have a broader perspective on what we're all working on and don't have a separate set of recommendations out of context to the larger framework. So all in all, we're very, very supportive of this, this moving forward to creating a task force, the funding, the roundtables, having stakeholders at the table from all different business sectors, and really starting to look at this in terms of how we move forward in our new economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, and I believe it's our final speaker, Larry Block.
Hi, everybody. Larry Block, West Hollywood. I appreciate a stab at problem solving for small businesses, and I guess the first question is what qualifies as a small business, and you know, is a brick and mortar store? Is it a home-based business? Is somebody working out of their condo? How do you spread those grants, and who really needs it the most? And so, but I really do appreciate the idea. There's has to be some ways to correlate it, like we pay business taxes. It's pretty cheap, I guess, on a up to about $1 million business. A business pays $500. Maybe it's up to $2 million. It's something like up to $2,000. Rebating or allowing a waiver of those fees in 2020, if you could show your business is 50% off or whatever the number is, would ease some of the burden there. But really, no matter what you do and what we do together, there's no solution unless we're opened up for business and we can let customers come in and we can start rebuilding everything. And, you know, I have a problem in front of my place where I wanted to light the outside so I can be open with the outside, but the city told me that I can't tie my lights to the public property so that I couldn't put lights up outside. There's things and a little bit of a easing of some of the rules to allow the out zone to be successful too, because one thing goes into another. But I do appreciate the effort at small business. We need to bring customers back. I hope you have a grand marketing plan. In the old days, you could just fill the hotels, give free plane tickets, spend money on bringing customers to town, and we'll all save ourselves. If the city could sponsor the leeway for the business improvement district for the first 5 years where we got to 48%, And we got to 48%. And if we were able, the city was able to help the burden to put it together where that task force is the business improvement district, but we don't have to start paying into our fees until 3 years down the line or 4 years down the line. We can come out of this with a very strong base. So there are things that we can do, and I thank you for trying to help. Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody.
And that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. I think I know the opinions of Councilmember Shine and Mayor Pro Tem Meister, so I'm going to look at my other colleagues to see what their comments are first.
I can just clarify something.
Sure.
One of the speakers, Genevieve, mentioned about the Business Recovery Task Force and the concern that it would be a conflict or the same thing as the Small Business Initiative Task Force. And actually, it's not the same. It's really focused on business recovery for not necessarily small businesses, but all of our businesses, and will be aligned with the study that our council approved. I don't remember when it was, a couple of months ago, to do the economic needs gap study. So that's a more interim, longer term task force than the roundtable, which is actually supposed to be a more nimble group of people to work on what we can do in the immediate term.
Thank you for that. Councilmember D'Amico?
I'm ready to move the item. I would just, if my colleagues would agree, I think we should add perhaps an item 7 or 7 and 8, which is to ask the county directly for $2.5 million to help fund this in a real way, and to send a similar letter to our state representatives to ask them to fund this indeed and use it as some kind of a pilot project for business recovery efforts. I think we can't ever make these moves without letting our larger partners in on what we're trying to do and give them some opportunity to get some skin in the game. So other than that, I think the rest of it will be worked out quite nicely by Paul and his staff, economic development folks. But I do think we need to ask for $2.5 million from the county and $2.5 million from the state, and if they want to put in more, that would be good. If they want to put in less, I think we would take it. But I think we just need to start asking them to help us produce success here.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thanks. I support the item and its intent. The only thing that, and it doesn't seem like I have the votes for it, I don't think we need another task force, especially a Brown acted task force. I'm happy to keep a task force, but I don't think we need another Brown acted body. I think the bureaucratic hiccup and nature that's going to come about that is going to cause a lot more problems than it intends to. When anything's a Brown acted body, I think we need to be able to act immediately for business relief, which Paul and the staff have been doing automatically. I don't know if there's a conversation to have there. I completely agree with what Councilmember D'Amico is saying regarding asking our partners to invest more money. I think that was a great suggestion. I talked to many residents and businesses today and throughout the weekend. $5,000, while generous, is not enough. One person said it was barely enough to pay for one employee. So it's unfortunate where it is, but that's where I am. I mean, if the votes aren't there, the willingness to not have it be a Brown acted body is something we're not able to compromise on. I just think we don't need to have it. I think we can have a task force to meet and a task force to do the business's work. I think we've all seen how many boards and commissions and task forces we have, plus the amount of added time on staff is going to take away from actually helping people when they have to deal with a Brown Act body. And being staff and having dealt with many commissions and advisory boards, being staff, it is a lot of time. And that's the only reason why I don't support the Brown Act nature of it. And I think we should allow it to meet as a task force without having that ability. I'm happy to support the item, in its intent, and I applaud Council Member Seppi Shine and Mayor Pro Tem Meister for thinking broadly in ways out of the box in which we can continue to help our business community.
Councilmember Erickson, are you talking about the roundtable or the task force?
I'm sorry, the task force. I apologize. Which one is the Brown Act body?
the one thing about the Recovery Task Force to remember is we're not necessarily looking at that as being a nimble body. That's really more a long-term looking ahead. You know, how do we deal with our economic climate and diversity in our businesses? You know, it's a bigger picture thing. So that's the only reason. And again, I don't think we had the intention of that being the nimble body. The nimble body was the roundtable body.
Is there a way, just to respond real quickly to your question, is there a way to redefine or reconstitute what our Business License Commission does in understanding that and have them take it on?
Well, you know, I brought that up several years ago to expand the purview of our Business License Commission, and unfortunately, I was shot down a little bit. I don't know that they would really necessarily be qualified for this. The task force that we're looking at, I think, will be more economic experts. It'll be not only businesses, but people who specialize in economics, and maybe someone from UCLA, and I mean, so I think that in this case that probably wouldn't work. But I'll let Councilmember Shine take it from here.
And Councilmember Erickson, just to add to that, again, the roundtable would be a more urgent need. The task force itself, given that we are in the pandemic, it's long-term in the sense that the intent is for it to be formed, but you've got to remember too, it's only going to be a 1 to 2 year, and I think staff is going to come back once this passes so that we have a result, which is an economic blueprint for West Hollywood. And as Mayor Pro Tem Meister Lauren was saying, yes, Lauren was saying, it's really recovery, because the reality is we need to act now with the roundtable. And just like Mr. Block alluded to, some of his ideas could be spoken at the roundtable, right? So, I need light outside, or this is what's happening, and I'm impeded from success. That's something that the roundtable that can be discussed. Long-term recovery for our city is, because the reality is, as far as business goes, our recovery is going to be a long ways away. So this is a longer term, but not forever, where it's, staff is going to be encumbered for a very long time. It's to come up with an economic blueprint, and diversification is also really important to really move West Hollywood forward. That's why we ask that not only we have the ability to appoint a variety of business owners, but experts in the field that can really give us advice. Just like our housing task force had 2 meetings, by the way, this small business, business recovery task force, and staff can come back to us with how many meetings they propose for this task force to really have to come up with the final blueprint, so to say.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So I'm clear. The roundtable discussion is, sorry, there's a box scratching happening over here. Is the roundtable intended to be a one-time thing or an ongoing thing?
I think we had talked about once or twice, like twice, 2 meetings.
Okay. And is it a town hall? Because what you just described, where a business owner could come forward and share their concerns, is different than a round table with like a limited number of people kind of having focused discussion. So I'm just trying to understand what you're envisioning.
Yeah, so a round table, so is to do outreach to small businesses that may not be at the table right now with the more often meetings that staff is already having, to reach those businesses that we haven't been able to hear from. We've certainly heard from, Larry, but there's a lot of businesses that we haven't yet heard from, and it's to bring them to the table to fill this gap of getting information from them and having a roundtable of what the immediate needs may be. And we were thinking 1 to 2 meetings just in case there's a follow-up that's needed, et cetera, from the information that we gather. So it would be more immediate, maybe January and February, and staff can give us advice on what timing. And then that would be done with the roundtable. And then we get feedback so that when Paul comes up with what we may or may not need for the business community, we have a broad idea for all the different types of businesses in our city.
So it's open to all businesses in West Hollywood to come and participate in a roundtable discussion.
Yes.
Okay. I think that might be a little unwieldy to manage.
It's open to members of the business community, but it's for brick and mortar small businesses. I apologize. It's really focused on brick and mortar small businesses.
We've not received any assistance either. They have not really received assistance they haven't gotten financial assistance.
For the roundtable?
For the roundtable?
I think that's what she's referring to. I don't know if we clarified that for the roundtable. I think that was for the grants, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna break it down by there are lots of recommendations, so I'm gonna try and do one by one, and I'm gonna start with the roundtable just so I'm really clear. Do you have an idea of how many brick and mortar businesses there are that would be eligible to participate in this roundtable discussion? Because it feels like it could be hundreds, and I don't know how you have a meaningful conversation with hundreds of businesses.
It would. I mean, we can use the guidance from the grants. And if you want to really limit it down to 50, if our small business definition with regard to the grants is 50 full-time employees or less, it would encompass them. And from our discussions with staff, and I think if Paul is here, he may be able to speak some more to this as far as numbers, how many that would entail. It would kind of whittle down the universe so it can be productive. The intent behind this, the assistance and the roundtable really is to help our most vulnerable businesses. That's why we put certain parameters. So I would be okay saying, brick and mortar businesses, 50 full-time employees or less. And if we want to add more, Lauren, if you want to add some more limiting criteria, I'd be open to that too.
I'm just trying to get it seems like there's majority support for what's before us this evening. So for the benefit of our staff and for the benefit of members of the community and benefit of anybody who might want to participate, I just want to get really clear what it is, because right now it's not clear. And so, and I think you're it sounds like maybe you're still figuring it out. So I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out is who are we inviting to what roundtable to discuss something at one or two meetings.
And if I may, the conversation that we had when the report was being drafted, and I'm sure there's other people on the Zoom call who would be more articulate, was really kind of bifurcating the two discussions. One, in terms of the task force, was more long range, looking at the city's brick and mortar economy. COVID and the shutdown has been kind of a catalytic move that has really advanced a lot of future economic development that was happening anyway. And there's certain types of stores that I'm not going to mention, but I just think there's certain industries in America that just are not going to come back or be what they were. And how do we design a framework to acknowledge that those are going to be holes in our economy, and how do we fill them? And that's a longer term discussion. It's not necessarily at the front burner, so kind of pushing that one aside. The roundtable or town hall was something that we would reach out to the community, recognizing that right now we're working with various stakeholders, from the Chamber of Commerce to the bids to Visit West Hollywood. And while that covers a significant number of businesses in the city, there's still kind of a hole of the donut where some businesses just are not members to those organizations and are not getting intel and needed support from anybody, whether it's the city, the county, the state, or the feds. I thought one of the things we had suggested prior to doing the town hall with, I think, breakout roundtables, was that we would do some sort of survey that would help narrow the invite to that group. And that's why I think to do something in January would be tough, but we will be able to work, even if it's a survey monkey, a lot of people in these businesses that we're trying to tap are not necessarily technology savvy, so we're going to have to do kind of the old-fashioned way of calling them. So I think when we come back with recommendations on all of these items, they'll shape and be developed a little bit more. My only concern with the item and the staff report is I think it's all really well intentioned, and we're going to come back with recommendations on how to be extremely efficient and how we push it out. Is just right now the whole business development staff has been working around the clock for the last 9 months, and they do not have a lot of bandwidth. So as we look at these new outreach programs, that they're going to have to substitute some of the things that we're currently doing. But we'll come back and we'll just streamline that and come back with recommendations on that.
And I guess that's my concern is I know I'm personally speaking with representatives from the community chamber and businesses themselves directly every day. And this isn't my full-time job, in theory. So I know that I know that also our staff is constantly having conversations. There are Monday morning calls, there are Friday check-ins, there are regular conversations between our staff and the business community on an ongoing basis. So I just want to make sure I'm 100% supportive of the intention behind all of the things that are in this item. I think that I'm just unclear how they actually get executed and making sure that we're not duplicating efforts and that we're actually going to successfully reach the people that you're intending and actually have a productive action to move forward. And I guess from the roundtable, I guess is the action then tonight to consider all of these things in concept and kick it back to staff to come back with us about how these things work? Or because I do have thoughts about other ways we can help fund businesses rather than giving them $5,000 grants. Perhaps we can just actually speak to things that are already in their business plan, like encroachment permit fees or parking fees or business license or tax fees, bid fees, signage requirements, fees that are already in their fee schedule that are part of their business operation. I think those things might be more meaningful than $5,000, not to say that it's not a meaningful gesture, but I think those things are already in their operation plan. And it sounds like what we're hearing from some of the feedback from the business community is that $5,000 might not cover a lot, but some of those other things might be more money that we can kind of take in stride because it's already part of our business operation at the city. And those things might be more meaningful to businesses and how they operate in the longer term. So if what we're doing is giving direction to staff to consider what's possible, I personally would rather consider those things than a one-time $5,000 check. And then just to throw my last suggestion out there, I think, instead of creating a task force, perhaps we could start with a study session of the city council with the business community. So that way you have the input of the entire council at once rather than kind of siloing the conversation off. I think that what was really successful from the conversation that we had as a council at our last meeting with regard to business items was that we had the input of all 5 council members. We each have in some ways different perspectives while having shared goals. And so I was wondering if you might be open to that as a starting point rather than immediately creating a Brown acted body to have. Certainly longer term conversations will be needed, but I'm just wondering if you might be open to that as well. So Councilmember Erickson, you wanted to speak.
Yes, I just had a quick question for Paul regarding the $5,000 grants. Could you provide me and maybe this is for the authors of the item, a tentative timeline of when, okay, so we pass this item, it comes back in January, like when is I have my small business, when can I get a $5,000 check? I meet all the requirements. Like what would be the soonest possibility of, because the immediate nature is now obviously, and that's why I really want to do all that we can to help with businesses, but when could we essentially, or when could staff get those funds out to those businesses? And if you don't have an answer, that's I know you don't have a calendar, so I apologize.
Well, I think the issue is that we have a concept and we still don't know what it is. And we can come back and come back with a variety of recommendations for the council. I mean, a couple of things. One is, I think it was mentioned earlier, is that this isn't going to save anybody, but it's a gracious gesture from the city to show support to businesses, recognizing that it's difficult time. The same way we're providing some assistance to people living in their residential units. While it's not 100%, it's a lifeline and it's a show of support. We know that there are models that have been done in other cities, and this is something we need to research because there's a whole legality related to these types of grants, especially if they're forgiven, whether it becomes a gift of public funds, what's the regulatory and administrative aspect of it. We don't want to make it overly burdensome. I think, as the mayor mentioned, there are fees that are due from a variety of businesses. Is it easier administratively and for records that, especially tax records and everything else, for us just to waive the fee so they don't have the expense? And that may be a cleaner thing. So I don't really know the answer yet. And we've been discussing concepts, but we haven't come up with a formal recommendation. So when we do come back to council, it'll likely be one of two things: a grant, and here's how we do a grant, and here's how we have them apply for it, and here's how we cut the check, and here's who we recommend that these types of expenses qualify. Or number two is that we waive expenses, which is equally beneficial. It may end up costing us more money, but it may be a lot easier to implement that in the long run. It's just kind of a wash. So I don't have the direct answer on that, but if you approve this tonight, and if the council said, no, we want to give a $5,000 grant to X number of businesses up to 250,000, I mean, it would take, I see Lorena from finance on here. I mean, it would take a couple of months at best to get something out like that. It's just not something that's built into our system. Whereas the residential rental support has been part of our government infrastructure for 30 plus years. So it was easy to turn that around and to expand that program. We don't have anything like that in place right now. So we would have to develop it from scratch and push it out. And I don't mean to sound overly bureaucratic. It's just something that wouldn't be super timely, but we do want to come back to council. We hear what you're saying. We want to come up with a program that is effective, efficient, and gets out to folks as quickly as possible. And that's something that we'll work on and bring back to you.
Thank you, Paul, for that. And I think, that's and that was a very great way to push this forward. And I think that's why, we need to take a second and, in the ways in which we could send this to staff to study it a little bit more to ensure that, we have a more fully developed plan, because no one, from what it sounds like, is going to be getting a check anytime soon, sadly, unfortunately. And that's why, I would make a motion to send this back to staff and then come back to us with a more fully developed plan, personally. And that would be a motion I would put on the floor, Madam Mayor.
Paul, aren't we already giving fee waivers, and isn't that something?
We're delaying some fees, but we're delaying them. And it may be something that we look at plans to, and I'm going to make these numbers up. I don't have the hard numbers. I'm guessing our bids are, between 60 and 70% paid. I'm guessing our, the parking program that we have is less than 80%, 70% paid, and some of it was deferred for months, recognizing that there was no business activity. And again, we're kind of like deferring the rent that it comes due at a later time. On some of these, we just may want to say, let's just take a wash on some of this, and for those who paid, give a credit for a future year, and for those who haven't paid, just waive it. So I think there's a lot of options and a lot to discuss on it. As of now, a lot of the things that we've been doing have just really been deferrals on these, and they have not been necessarily forgiveness. And maybe on some of the smaller encroachments where people aren't using them, those have been waived, but nothing significant in terms of a major program. I think it's more deferrals.
Well, first of all, maybe one of the ways that we can narrow down who who we are trying to target is to not only look at the number of employees and the types of businesses that we want the brick and mortar, but also what their total sales volume is, because we're not looking to give money away to businesses that are multi-million-dollar businesses. We're looking at these smaller businesses that and you would know what they're making, right? Because your finance department can figure that.
Yes, but then I would look at Lauren too. Creating income criteria. Lauren's gonna have to weigh in on some of this at some point. She just has. We haven't studied it yet, but I mean, definitely we can do that. I think we could create certain thresholds that really narrow it. That we're targeting those businesses that aren't part of a corporate conglomerate, which are the bulk of our businesses. A lot of our businesses are true, unique entrepreneurial businesses to West Hollywood. We don't have a lot of major flags when it comes to our brick and mortar retail, but we could come up with those criteria.
So why don't we do that?
Purposes of discussion, I just want to second, there's a motion, so I'm just going to second it just so that's covered. And I also want to offer that it sounds like we're kind of figuring out exactly how this works in this conversation. I don't think that's what the council discussion necessarily is for. If we're, I think sending it back to staff to get it more clarified so we know what we're approving, I think would be helpful. So we're not doing that here. But that's sort of where I'm at Councilmember Shine.
Yeah, I think that, let me just address the roundtable. If there is consensus that the whole point of the roundtable was to get the small businesses that haven't been a part of the conversation, but what I'm hearing is it may be too difficult for staff to target a small, this might not be practical. I personally, if there's not enough votes or if it's going to burdensome, I don't necessarily know if that is the most crucial item on this. Just putting that out there. With regard to the grants, I do believe they're important. I think it's one thing to say, well, the small businesses that the brick and mortar small businesses with 50 full-time employees or less, if their one employee costs $5,000, they would not qualify for what we're thinking of as a small business. So I have a difficult time believing that that's the group we were targeting. It's not. And I want us to really look at this. The different cities were already included. We already looked in the staff report of what they've done. And I think that's why we picked 5,000. If I'm hearing that 5,000 may not be enough, we can change that. We could do 25 grants of $10,000 for those small businesses if that's going to help them stay in business. I don't think we have enough information for our true small businesses to say, well, this is not going to help them at all. If it's in 1 month or 2 months, I think the grants will be very important still. And as far as waiving fees, if that's what we want to do, I think we come back next with staff returning saying, here's the grant program. And I think we should vote on whether or not we're going to do a grant program, and we can change the numbers. And I think that's something we can do here without more input from staff, because we know it's 250,000. We put numbers in here. If we want to amend those, fine. But the other conversation is we've delayed fees, so do we want to then waive them? There's other fees that these businesses are now paying that may be burdensome for them. So perhaps staff comes back to us and gives a suggestion of, okay, well, here's the grants and here's how long it would take to go. But in the immediate term, this is what we need to do to, forget about getting these fees back or waive these fees so these businesses can have a longer time to survive. The whole point of this is to keep these businesses floating at least until we get some funding in from the new federal government that is coming in. But the Business Recovery Task Force and the diversification and the economic blueprint is going to take as much as I served on the Business License Commission, it's not really the purpose of coming up with a blueprint in the long term for us that we need, and the experts that we could potentially appoint to that task force is not going to be found on the Business License Commission that we have now. So, and those are my thoughts on that.
Yeah, so
I would like to make a substitute motion that we move this item forward as it's written, and we add the two items that I said of asking for dollars of support from the state government and from the county, and if the staff cannot put these things in place, they will tell us. And I just do want to say that I do think a task force is critical. We have to have a Brown Act meeting to discuss what we're doing with public funds. We need to have a place where people can come and say, this business, you gave them money, and I see them, I see people exercising indoors. You shouldn't have given them money. Whatever, crazy thing we need to hear from the public, or whatever generous thank you we need to hear from the public. But I don't know that it needs to meet more than 4 times a year, but I do think this recovery is 30 to 36 months in the making. If this met, 6 or 8 times and was able to sort of channel some of the ideas and concerns that small businesses are having as the flush of openings happen, so that they don't get trampled over while businesses like the Abbey and others are rushing to open, which we hope will happen, 2 days ago, let alone 2 months from now. But I just think if we don't put this in place today, this year, December 21st, it's going to be another month before we talk about it. It will be another month before we can do anything. And I'm 1,000% sensitive to how overworked economic development staff is, but I think that they can, the out zone is out. There's no out zone happening. They can work a little bit on this. Understanding also that shifting gears that dramatically is complicated. But I would like to put a substitute motion forward, adding item number 7, asking for dollars from the county and the state.
I have a question, just Councilmember D'Amico. With the dollars that could potentially come from the county and the state, is that in addition to the 250,000 that
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I will second that motion then.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the substitute motion. I believe the way it works is we take that motion first. So
Yes.
Is there any further discussion on the item before we move forward?
And I just want clarification. I'm going to pick on Councilmember D'Amico a little bit. While
Do
you
it.
did mention the out zones, we're still doing out zones, and we're going to continue to do out zones. But I know what you mean. I mean, it just and just as long as we understand that as we add more to the plate, then some things will be removed from the plate. But what we're hearing from the chamber and the businesses is that the out zone effort is really the only thing that's been viable for them. And we're going to need to continue. But so I get what you're saying.
And by meaning that it's out, I mean that, we're closed down. Nobody, we can put up as many K-rail and lighted seating areas as we want, but until probably the middle of February, nobody's sitting in those places.
Right.
So,
But in the meantime, we are going to keep rolling them out. But I get what you're saying. Got it.
Good. Thank you, Paul. And the last thing I want is the chamber and the members of the business community thinking I want out zones out. I mean, we want to fire from all of our pistols, or whatever the metaphor is. I'm not a gun owner, but anyway.
Okay. I guess I'm just unclear, Madam Mayor. Another question. When would businesses get any sort of money? I mean, that's the and I'm sorry, I'm not directing that question at you, Madam Mayor. But look, I want to vote for this item. But if they're not getting money until March, I mean, I guess that's the only reason why I don't think it's.
I guess I would say, John, that if they're not getting money till March and we pass it tonight, if we pass it on January 21st, they're not getting money till April.
What happens if we don't pass it in January with a more developed plan that we would have outlined better by sending it back to staff? That's the only counter argument that I have. And I hear what you're saying. I don't want bureaucracies take forever, so I get it.
All right, so I think that, I mean, if it narrows down the number of businesses that are left for us to give money to, that's what happens. But I think also that Paul is saying that in the short term, next month, we can say, okay, let's waive fees for X, Y, and Z, and then 2 months from there, we'll give out grants of $5,000 or $10,000.
Yeah, we'll come back at the next meeting with a recommendation on financial support for the businesses.
Great.
Is that part of your motion? Because your motion.
Sure, that will be number 8.
8.
Expect that the
Will be number
next
9.
month we'll come back with a recommendation on how best to distribute the $250,000 and the $5 million we've received from the county and the state.
It's the checks in the mail.
Yes.
So just so I'm extremely clear, so we're not committing to $5,000 grants. We're directing staff to tell us the best way to spend the money.
I think that's right. And actually, I don't see in the recommendations a $5,000 number. It has a $250,000 number. It doesn't say that those grants are in $5,000 increments. In the staff report, it does for sure. So that's a strong recommendation. But if there's, for example, a stratified thing, or, I think ultimately the wheels of this are now rolling once we get through this vote. And some of these things will be wildly successful, and others will be more complicated to put together. But we'll have taken some action.
And at the risk of belaboring this more, but it's not 11 o'clock yet, so it's still early. As we're looking at the grant program, I want to be clear the way we're interpreting it. These are really for the businesses that have kind of fallen through the cracks. Those that have received financial aid from federal, state, or county already, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the ones who really don't have the ability to get in those lines and get those applications filled with the resources to lobby for those funds. We're looking at that small niche business group within the city. And if that's what we're doing, then it's going to be a lot easier for us to target them.
Yeah,
That's exactly right.
That's great. And otherwise, we need 2,500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've had, I think, quite thorough discussion. Any last comments before we turn it over to a vote? Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
Yes.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
No.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, and next we will move on to item 5C, which is the request to rename the West Hollywood Library in honor of Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I don't know that we need a staff report at this moment, but I do think we'll probably have some speakers. Is that right, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, we have 2 speakers.
Okay, so if everybody's comfortable, we'll have those speakers first and then move into discussion. Go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Okay, our first speaker is Abby Land.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Happy birthday to your dad. Congratulations. And to the other council members. I just wanted to speak for a moment on this item. I was able to submit some comments yesterday and just wanted to elaborate a little bit. I think I said in my comments, I certainly am a big fan of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. We will miss her forever on the Supreme Court, but I just don't feel that that would be the right person to have our library named after. But in the last couple of days, I've talked to some people, heard a lot, and it does seem there's a lot of different opinions about this particular issue. I think it's generated a lot of discussion in the community. And so I think maybe an alternative might be, especially given just your comments for your last item, is we're really trying to bring back our economy and bring back jobs and keep people safe, is maybe wait until the springtime and give direction to the city clerk to do a community process where the community can talk about whether or not the library should be named for somebody. And if it should be, then they can come up with criteria, bring back suggestions to the city council, so then you could take action in the future. So that's what I would ask you to consider. And I appreciate your time this evening, and happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Larry Block, to be followed by Manny Rodriguez, who is our final speaker.
Hi, everybody. Larry Block, West Hollywood. I am against the naming of the library at this time. It's an inappropriate time. There's been no public process whatsoever. It's almost the goal of any two council members to come up with the things to dictate who we name it up for without a public process at all, where we don't gather names and the community participates. And the entire park is under construction with the library as the crowning jewel. And we are going to rush into a naming of something. And the so-called spiteful nature of this to come up in the first meeting that John Hallman's not here, because there's been a campaign for people, friends of his, who think that it should be named after him. And they're entitled to think that it should, and they started to percolate the idea and the thought of it. So it's rushed onto the first agenda. It's the timing, and it really is ill-advised. Let's keep that beautiful library something special that's unique to West Hollywood. There'll be millions of or hundreds of Ruth Bader Ginsburg honors all over the society. She's an incredible woman. But a more apt would be a Harvey Milk. Maybe Adam Schiff will be president one day, and we'll be able to name our president after Adam Schiff. Maybe one of you will get there one day to a big spot that deserves that library named after you. But there's plenty of Ruth Bader Ginsburg things. She's a fantastic woman, and we admire her. But this is ill-advised. I'm annoyed to see this on the agenda at all.
Our final speaker is Manny Rodriguez. Manny, are you there? Okay, I don't think he's going to speak. Larry is our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Council, who would like to speak?
Speak. Oh.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
I'm down to like 7%. So in our naming policy, there's a procedure, and basically it's a public process. So this is not like it happens today and tomorrow the name is on the building. The people who are making accusations that it's because John Heilman just left, that's not true. And all of you know that when we did when Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed away and we had adjournments, I brought up that possibility. And in fact, John Heilman said at that meeting, she was a champion of women's rights. She was amazing inspiration to all of us, a champion who chose the values that we represent here in WeHo. I mean, this is not like something that just came out of the blue. This was something that I brought up months ago when she passed, and then I spoke with Councilmember Shine about it when she was elected. So there is a public process. I think it's definitely open to the process, open to the public for opinions, and who knows where the road will lead us. I do think Lauren Langer had some concerns about something about the process that she wanted to bring back to council. Lauren Langer?
Sure, I will just note that, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay. So the third recommendation would be to waive the requirement in the naming policy that if you name it after a person who's deceased, it shall not take place until 2 years after their death. So there's no procedure technically in the policy at the moment to waive any of the procedures. So I think the way to accomplish that, if that's the will of a majority of the council, is to bring back a revision to the policy to clarify that wouldn't be a requirement.
And there was discussion also, people, I mean, from comments that I saw on Facebook or whatever, that felt that whoever I know that my colleagues just recently changed policies that someone didn't have to be dead, but maybe for something like this on a government building that is shared with another government body, it's the LA County Library as well. Should we consider that whoever, if we are to change the name of the library, should it be someone who is deceased? So those are the 2 points of other discussion.
So I'm clear, you had mentioned that there's a process that the community would be a part of. Is the community process predetermined about RBG, or are you open to that process considering other names?
Well, the item is for RBG, but the request goes, there's a naming committee, and it goes to Public Facilities Commission. And, you can't stop people from making comments about who they would like to name the building after, but then it'll eventually come back to council, and council will decide.
Right. I for my part, well, I'll turn it over to council first and I'll speak last. Councilmember Shine, I think you wanted to.
Yeah, I just wanted to again reiterate what Councilmember Meister said. There's definitely a process. It's in the naming policy. Essentially tonight, what I'm hearing is 2 options. One is council votes on the nomination for Justice Ginsburg. I think we could do that. And it also sounds from Lauren Langer that we need to shift the naming policy in order to actually accomplish naming if it goes to the process to get that done, because she's been deceased less than 2 years. And if we do that, I would actually like to review our naming policy, and I don't know if we can, because this is not really agendized, but I would be open to adjusting our naming policy and bringing it current to make other edits as well.
Councilmember Erickson or D'Amico?
I'm ready to move the item and vote for this to be named after Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was an extraordinary American who changed our lives, my life. I cannot imagine that there is a better person to be the first woman that the city names a building after. I mean, for heaven's sake, Larry, don't you know any women that you would think you could come up with other than Adam Schiff and Harvey Milk? I mean, that's part of the problem. That's what we're fighting here. That's what we're trying to do. That's what her life was about. So I want actually one of my colleagues to move this item. If you do move this item, I think we can change item number 3 to say come back with a naming policy within 60 days and start the public process that will come back in 90 days. Theoretically, the naming policy would be changed by then, and the decision, after having gone through a public process, could be then addressed by us again in that meeting. But I appreciate that the public speaker spoke. I'm shocked that former mayor, Councilmember Abby Land, said the things she said. They were like, what have you done with Abby Land? I mean, if it was her idea, she would be shaking her pearls at us that we need to do this immediately. But because it wasn't her idea, she's thinking we're moving it too fast. I was so happy to see this on the agenda. I think it's a brilliant move by my two colleagues, and I hope all five of us can join in this and be excited about it, because it does, in fact, mirror what we just did with item 2BB. It's about really putting in place what we mean when we say that we believe in equality and we believe people deserve to be treated equally. And, you know, Councilmember Shine, yes, we need to look at why our buildings are named the way they are, who they're named for. You know, all the city buildings that we have were named before cityhood, about men who probably didn't do great things, you know, and maybe they did great things. Maybe Mr. Hart was a terrific Sunset Boulevard entrepreneur, and Senior Plummer didn't steal land from the local native peoples, and whatever that dude's name that the building on Robertson is named after, you know, who was a designer decorating houses in the Hollywood Hills. Maybe he was terrific. I don't know, but I do know, I can say with 1,000% certainty that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is an extraordinary American of heroic proportions. And would we be smart enough to name the library after her, we would be making a really great choice. So I wish one of my colleagues would raise their hand and say they want to make this motion, and I will stop talking.
May I
Thank you.
actually have a piece of this conversation? That would be great. Madam Mayor, thank you. I guess, you know, would the makers of this item, you know, first, for the record, I'm happy to put up a virtual background. I love Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She's great. Love her. I've considered many times getting another tattoo of something she said. So I just want that to be out there. I mean, would the makers of the motion, because I do think that this is an iconic building. I do think this is a very special community building. But, you know, public facilities and having a naming committee, but I would like to see our public really involved in this. And I think, and I know how much the public process matters to many of you on this council, but I do think the Transgender Advisory Board would be great to weigh in here. I think our Russian Advisory Board would be wonderful to weigh in here. Also our LGAB. And if we're naming it after one of the most iconic women ever, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, our Women's Advisory Board should be involved in here, because these are our trusted decision makers. I really think that that's important, and making sure our public is a part of this process. I think that, and while I hear it's part of the item and it's going to go through this process, I think that no matter where we go with it, if Ruth Bader Ginsburg is meant to be on and emblazoned on the West Hollywood Library, I think many people will come to that conclusion naturally. In understanding that, I would put that out there to both Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember Shine, because I think it is important for those boards which have trusted communications with who and the decision makers would have a part of it. I think that they should be a part of this table. And then it can go through that process at the Public Facilities Commission with the naming committee. I don't know the whole process. My iPad just died, so I apologize. So I don't know. I got to plug it in. Lauren, I think I was at lower percentage than you. And so I would be willing to see if you'd be hearing that. I think our community needs to be involved with that. So that's just my first question to the two motion makers.
But this is the thing. If you look at the procedure, it very specifically says the city council, hang on, because I'm going to die in any second now. The city council shall refer all such requests to the Public Facilities Commission for study and subsequent recommendation to the city council. Depending on the specifics of each request, the Public Facilities Commission may, at its option, refer such requests to staff and or concerned commissions and or advisory bodies for any input which would be of assistance to the commission and ultimately the city council in reaching a final determination.
But I would like to make that very directly implicit in the item.
This is the procedure.
No, I know, but there's a lot of words in there that say and if and but, and there's a lawyer on the phone, so on the council, so we can talk about that. But I would think that we should give specific direction to those bodies outside of that to specifically name them within this process to make sure that they're at the table. Because as we all know, it may not go to them. And then the WAB's going to come, or the TAB's going to come, or the LGAB's going to come, or the RAB's going to come, and they're going to say, we were never involved. It's a COVID. people aren't involved in community meetings and processes. And so I just want to make sure people have that seat at the table personally.
I get it. And I think that public facilities should outreach to the and
Councilmember Pine?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Seppi?
Yeah, I don't mind having specific direction to public facilities to outreach to commissions and boards and get the community involved. It's in the naming policy, and you know, if that's, you know, if Councilmember Erickson, that's what you're asking for, I hear you. And I also want to just add some things. You know, Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, as we all have talked about, was an icon for women, our LGBT community, for workers, and every progressive value that West Hollywood holds. Literally, the legal recognition of queer lives, same-sex marriage equality, the decriminalization of homosexuality, and job protections. Ruth Bader Ginsburg impacts on the lives of LGBTQ plus Americans has without a doubt been the most impactful of any jurist. And as an attorney, I will state what many already know, that the Supreme Court of the United States and those seats are the most powerful body of our government because their say is final. Ginsburg fundamentally expanded access to the American promise of liberty and equality for all. Her legacy is felt by all of us, every single one of us sitting on this council. As even before being appointed to the Supreme Court, she argued and won multiple Supreme Court cases, and that's a big deal. Rarely do attorneys get to go in front of the Supreme Court, but yet she did multiple times and won, I believe, 4 out of 5 of those cases, and really shaped the modern feminist movement and equality for women. In every Supreme Court case that directly touched on queer issues, Ginsburg joined the majority in ruling in favor of equality, and most recently, before her passing, for transgender equality in the Civil Rights Act. She is looked up to worldwide for her role in creating equality for all. So even though she may not have lived in West Hollywood, her decisions have affected positively every person living in West Hollywood. She is not a divisive figure. There's no politics involved, nor any issues that we may want to look at as far as ethical issues in nominating her for the renaming. Given that she's such an iconic figure, I have a feeling, by the way, there was some talk about urgency. Other government bodies may in fact be interested in naming buildings after her. And this is another reason why moving this forward and waiving the 2-year requirement is important, because I would like West Hollywood to be on the forefront of that. This is about the future of West Hollywood. The reason we have a new council is to move West Hollywood forward. And there would be a lot of benefits to West Hollywood. We've spent millions of dollars on this incredible library. And then by the end of next year, we will be celebrating the grand opening of the new rec building. And it's incredible. I had a tour with Councilmember D'Amico. It was phenomenal. And on which we've spent more millions of dollars. We've upgraded our library and our park with incredible vision. But you know, people will be traveling to our great city when we open up, and hopefully by September 2021, God willing, to see our new park. But imagine the potential for the future of West Hollywood and the benefits to us in the form of visitors from all over the world coming to the Ruth Bader Ginsburg West Hollywood Library. That would be presenting us with incredible opportunities, creative opportunities for our businesses and our library, and showing the rest of the world and the country really where we stand on progressive values, of which she was such an advocate for.
I mean, it just puts us on a different level. It puts our library on a different level. You know, look, we all know John Heilman, we know Abby, and we know this one and that one, but, you know, someone from, you know, some other city doesn't. They know Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and that will just set us apart from every other community.
I did get a message from Manny Rodriguez that he is wishing to speak. So before I offer my comments, I figured I would try to see if our city clerk is able to allow him.
Yes, hi,
Manny, are
Madam
you
Mayor. Can
there?
you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for letting me speak, considering I waited 5 hours. I just want to say that, Judge Ginsburg will have many well-deserved national landmarks and memorials named after her. But her name on our library is not really befitting of her extensive contributions to our nation. It would be a demotion, frankly. And I find it incredible that John D'Amico would say that he would want her name on a building that he once called a big pinkberry. And I find it interesting that Councilmember Shine would call the library incredible, phenomenal, and a great vision. Well, you know who made it incredible, phenomenal, and had a vision for it? John Howman. And I'm not pitching John Howman, but since you said that, that's who had the vision for that library. There are a plethora of deserving local contributors in this little city and this library that are better suited for this honor. We are at a time when council members more than ever need to be thinking about us, not national figures who have no direct connection to the existence of a very special amenity. So I encourage you to think about us first and don't ignore the many local possibilities. Have a happy new year and great holiday.
So I just want to first of all say everything that Councilmember Shine said about Ruth Bader Ginsburg. I want to echo 10 times. Create the echo chamber around it. There's no question her contributions to American history, to shaping world views, and certainly a direct impact on the lives of all of the residents in West Hollywood through her very skillful legal leadership is, it's unparalleled. So this, for me, this isn't about, could we think of somebody better? This isn't about trying to top anything. For me, this is about making sure that the public is involved in the conversation and that the process considers everyone fairly. I think that there would be people who would say Marsha P. Johnson, who is a trans woman of color who actually spent time in West Hollywood and made impact in the community here and on people's lives here, would be somebody to be considered. And that trans women of color are often overlooked for this type of distinguishing honor. And I would like to see our process, being the progressive city that we are, be open to considering other names, and allow for a public process that considers other names, in no way diminishing RBG. And I hope, my hope in saying that is that there is unanimous support or resounding support for her or for whomever would be chosen. I think what's sad to me about this conversation is that at a time where it should be such a unifying thing, she's such a strong and important figure, we're having a conversation that it has not certainly engaged the broader public. And for the few people who have been part of the conversation, it's divisive. And that doesn't feel good. And I think that it's sad that it's the recommendation of a woman being named for something that is, that is going to be blamed or attributed to, or however you want to characterize it. And I'm willing to go for that fight because I'm not afraid to name things after women, certainly. But I'm just trying to see if the process that we embark on from here is exclusive to one name, or if we can allow for a community process that contemplates others and allows for fair consideration, however it goes. and thinks about those values along the way. I think Mayor Pro Tem Meister has said very clearly, somebody who isn't divisive, who, we don't have to worry about, things coming up that people are ashamed of or whatever. I think all of those things need to be part of the conversation, certainly. And I think that's important. And because of that, I think it would be hard to find somebody who, truly challenges. But I guess as far as the community is concerned, the participation of the community and naming the only library we have in the city has been very limited. And I guess that's my concern tonight. And so if we're open to a process that considers more than just one person, I'm interested in that. I would never want to disqualify or not consider RBG. I think that has to be, that's certainly the catalyst for this conversation and process. Just wondering if that's a possibility that anyone would be open to. Councilmember D'Amico?
I'm mostly not open to that. I think there are all kinds of buildings and things to name in the city. And I think we, as a body that's constituted now, should let this idea run through the system. And if we come back here 10 months from now or 7 months from now, and there were 500 people who showed up and said Marsha P. Johnson is our, we think that she should be there, or some other important, for all those listening, woman, because I can't imagine that I want the first building we name after someone to be a man. But look, this is an extraordinary thing that our colleagues are trying to do. And I think we are doing that thing that is kind of in some way most reprehensible and also most important, which is we're picking it apart, which we need to do. We need to pick it apart, and we've picked at it. And I still want to say that I think this is a great idea. I think we should run it through the system that already exists. And then when it gets popped out the other side, it might be that we need to say, not only is that not the right name, but it's not the right system. Or we can say it's exactly the right name. It went through the system that was designed a decade ago, and that system still works. And this is what we want to do. So I actually just want to call the question. It's 11:15, and I have to get up at 5 a.m. So I'm not trying to rush government, but if we're all willing to make this vote, I would like to call the question.
Okay, the question has been called. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
I have Councilmember D'Amico's motion with revision to number 3 to come back with the revision to the naming policy, but I didn't get who seconded.
And I think actually it was, maybe I'm wrong, Councilmember Shine and Councilmember Meister who made the motion and seconded it.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to do that, but I wanted one of them to do it, so one of them did it. So
okay, so motion by Councilmember Shine, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Horvath. Mayor Pro Tem Meister, with the recommendation to revise recommendation number 3 to come back with revisions to the naming policy.
Right.
Can I say one thing, Madam Mayor, real quick before, and I won't take long.
I think we have, when we call the question, that's the end of discussion.
There was a motion and a second, but the question has to be called after a motion and a second been made for further discussion to be ended. So you called the question before a motion and a second was made.
No, the motion and second had been made.
I never heard that.
It was being clarified by the city clerk, so the motion and second had been made and the question had been called.
Sure. No problem.
Okay.
Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Alrighty, Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson?
No.
Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yes.
Mayor Horvath?
No.
The motion passes 3-2.
Okay. Item 5D, appointment of a representative to the Los Angeles County West Vector Abatement Control District.
I I nominate Chad Bluen.
Very good.
Second.
Very good. Nomination is second. It says, okay, I think that's the only recommendation we need to take action on then.
Yes.
Any discussion, Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember D'Amico. Yes.
Sorry, yes, I'm muting and unmuting. There we go.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes, but I want those mosquitoes gone next summer.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes. Chad Bluen is reappointed for a 2-year term.
Wonderful. And I do know that we did receive some correspondence about the work of the Los Angeles West Vector Abatement Control District. So if our council didn't read that, or if the members of the public weren't aware of their work, that is a matter of public record. You're able to request it. Item 5E, Commission and Advisory Board appointments. I think the only person appointing tonight is Councilmember Shine. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. I would like to proudly appoint Delphina Alden to the Business License Commission, Alana Roche to the Public Safety Commission, Kimberly Copeland to the Rent Stabilization Commission, and Blossom C. Brown to the Transgender Advisory Board.
And stop stealing my people.
And there was uproarious applause for all of the appointees. Congratulations to the new appointees. Thank you, Councilmember Shine, for making those appointments. I believe that is our last posted item on our agenda tonight. Madam City Clerk, do we have any additional public comment?
No additional public comment.
Okay, then we have additional council member comments. Councilmember D'Amico.
Sorry, Paul and Lindsay, but I want to make your lives more complicated. Isn't it time for a 6-month update on the cannabis ordinance?
You're the one who wanted to go home. We could do it now.
No, I don't want it now, but I think I want to know sort of how we're going through that. I think we told some of those licenses, and are the others opening and all that stuff. So just for a future Zoom agenda, maybe. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shine.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues also for a consent item that, Councilmember D'Amico, thank you for asking me to co-sponsor this with you. The housing capacity analysis of West Hollywood properties is going to be incredible information for us to get to really look at what we can do better and create more affordable housing. I also want to say happy birthday, since we were talking about birthdays, to my mom, who will be 83 years old on Christmas Eve on December 24th. She calls herself Baby Jesus because of that. I haven't seen her for over a year, and I miss her dearly. And I just want to say happy birthday, Mom, and happy holidays and happy New Year's to everybody.
Any further comments? Oh, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to, I just want to acknowledge my colleagues. I know there are some items tonight that had conversation, and whatever that will be. I will say, though, that I was not elected to relitigate the past. I was not elected to relitigate people's old feelings about people who are no longer on this council. And I really like you, John, and Lauren, and Seppi, and Lindsay. This new energy on winter solstice, I want to ride it into the new year to help our community. I really want to make sure that we're all and making sure that we're ensuring that that future is before us. And feelings aside, histories aside, we have to work on behalf of the city and of the people. But most importantly, although I may have one of their first names, they are no longer on this council. And I want to make sure that we are working for the future. And I just have to say it because I have to say it. I didn't appreciate what some things that were said and some things that were not said during a previous item. We can leave it at that and sit with that. but I challenge each and every one of us to do better, to be better. I have to do those same things. I'm not perfect. Don't claim to be, but that's my challenge and my resolution for the new year. And that's all.
Any other comments? Okay, we are adjourned until Paul, I was like, what? Why you? We're adjourned until our next meeting in January. Thank you.
Masks are extra. Be extra. Wear a f***ing mask.